All right. Well, I'll give it 10 seconds so that we're right on time. All right. I declare open this hearing of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights into Anti-Semitism at Australian Universities. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land in which we meet and pay my respects to the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people and to their elders past, present and emerging. And I extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who may be with us today. My name is Josh Burns, I'm the Chair of the Committee, and I have with me Mr Henry Pike, the Deputy Chair of the Committee, and Carly Tink, Member of the Committee. And on teleconference we may have Senator Darmanin, and there may be others joining us as well. On behalf of the Committee, I welcome you all here today. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the Committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a Committee, and such action may be treated by the Parliament as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. I now welcome representatives from University Australia and the Group of 8. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Luke Sheehy, Chief Executive Officer of Universities Australia.
And Vicky Thompson, Chief Executive Officer, Group of 8 Universities.
Welcome to you both. I now invite you to make an opening statement, and at the conclusion of those remarks, we'll open up for a discussion.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Luke Sheehy, Chief Executive Officer of Universities Australia, representing Australia's 39 comprehensive universities. Can I also acknowledge the traditional owners of the various lands we are gathered on today and pay my respects to elders past and present. I want to thank the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights for the opportunity to contribute to this important discussion. Anti-Semitism, sadly, is not a new issue on university campuses and not in society more broadly. But since the horrific attack on Israel on October 7 last year, it has become more widespread. We can't look away from it. We can't ignore it. To do so would be a betrayal of the Jewish people. No one should ever be treated differently because of their ethnicity, not on campus, not in our communities, not in Australia, no one, nowhere. The past year has been incredibly difficult for Jewish people, including those in this room. I want to acknowledge their pain and the courage of the Jewish students who have shared their stories. They've told me privately, they've spoken to journalists, and they've given evidence to this Parliament. And some are again in this building today and will appear later. We owe it to them to do more than just listen. We must act. Since the October 7 attack, Universities Australia has been working with our members, parliamentarians and student groups to tackle anti-Semitism on campuses. Our members have cooperated with the government, keeping the Minister for Education and the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency informed about steps taken to protect students and staff in the wake of this event. We fully support the government to make universities safer for everyone, including the study on the prevalence and impact of racism in universities, the appointment of Ms Gillian Segal AO, Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism in Australia, and the appointment of Aftab Malik as Special Envoy to combat Islamophobia in Australia. We've been working closely with Ms Segal, contributing to a national definition of anti-Semitism led by the Group of 8 and helping develop training materials for staff and students. We have established a sector-wide working group of experts to support this important work, ensuring a unified university sector response. We also back TEX's ongoing monitoring of university responses to complaints of racism, including anti-Semitism. Let me be clear. There is no place for racism of any form in our universities. We unequivocally oppose racism, threats to safety, hate speech, intimidation, bullying and harassment. While regrettable, instances of these behaviours do sometimes play out on campuses, as has been the case with the rise of anti-Semitic behaviour in the past 12 months. The steps we have and continue to take in response to incidences of this nature are done in line with our legal obligations. To be recognised as a university under the Higher Education Threshold Standards, which are in the Higher Education Support Act, institutions must be committed to academic freedom and freedom of speech, freedoms that do not and must not extend to hate speech. Finally, I want to reassure this committee that all universities have codes of conduct and or student charters that ensure lawful and respectful behaviour. Diversity, wellbeing, inclusion, equity and inclusion measures are in place to promote safe and welcoming campuses for everyone. Thank you, Chair, and I'm happy to take further questions.
Thank you, Mr Sheehy. Ms Dobson.
Thank you. The rise of anti-Semitism globally and in Australia since 7 October 2023 has been shocking. The fault lines in our social cohesion have been exposed, be it in our communities, in our schools, here in Parliament House and on our university campuses, the focus of this inquiry. The rise in anti-Semitism in Australia is part of a broader breakdown in social cohesion, which is at an all-time low. Last week, the Scanlon Foundation released the 2024 Mapping Social Cohesion report. Our social cohesion index at 78 is the lowest since the survey began in 2007. We've also had warnings from our security agencies around the breakdown in social cohesion. The Director General of ASIO, Mike Burgess, has said, and I quote, "More Australians are being radicalised more quickly, more people thinking violence is permissible, and there is more temperature in our security environment and inappropriate behaviour that is being normalised." That our universities have not been immune to the rise of anti-Semitism and breakdown in social cohesion should not be surprising. For the Group of 8, we have 500,000 people coming and going in our universities and on our campuses each and every day. Sadly, this phenomenon predates 7 October, but it has been a jolting wake-up call for all of us. Our universities must be places where people can agree or disagree well, where everyone feels safe and welcome, whilst also remaining places where the freedom of speech and academic freedom are realised. But we cannot and must not tolerate anti-Semitic behaviour. Whilst our universities did have long-standing policies and procedures in place to address racism on campus and provide support for students, staff and academics, clearly they weren't enough during the heightened tensions. We're here because a previous inquiry by the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee found that the university responses to incidents of anti-Semitism were frankly inadequate. We have recognised the need to better understand, be better equipped and take necessary action in both preventing and responding to anti-Semitism on campus. As a collective, the Group of 8 has taken a range of actions to address anti-Semitism and the breakdown of social cohesion, and will continue to do so. Actions taken by our universities thus far include development and commitment to clear principles regarding demonstrations on campus, revisions to regulations with regard to prohibiting encampments, clear communications with university communities regarding expectations of staff and student conduct, where necessary, revised student complaints procedures, improved dialogue with students, sharing best practice across our universities, and we are all working very diligently with the Special Envoy. The Group of 8 welcomed the appointment of the Special Envoy Gillian Siegel, and we've worked very closely with her team on two major pieces of work. The development of a shared definition of anti-Semitism as it relates to the university sector, and the development of anti-Semitism training packages for university leaders and frontline staff involved in student conduct and complaints and student safety and wellbeing. Our staff and students need to not only know it when they see it, but to also have a reference point by way of a definition. To this end, the Group of 8 has formed two working groups of experts from across our membership. Those working groups include Jewish academics and experts in free speech and hate speech. We've been really pleased to work closely with the Special Envoy and her office over the last few months to develop a working definition of anti-Semitism, and this engagement has involved senior leaders from across our universities, including our Vice-Chancellors. And in fact, only yesterday we met with the Special Envoy to further progress this important work, and I'm pleased to say that we are in very close agreement on the working definition and are both confident we'll be able to finalise that in the near future in consultation with Luke and Universities Australia. This is a significant achievement. To have worked so effectively with the Special Envoy and her office on a working definition that we're all confident will be soon to be finalised is an achievement I think we can all be proud of. The working definition of anti-Semitism draws from a range of existing definitions and incorporates the latest scholarship investigating the most effective ways to both define and combat anti-Semitism. It draws on the working definition developed by the International Holocaust Remembrance Authority, here on I'll call it IRA, noting that some universities have adopted it, as well as others formulated by the Van Leer Institute in Jerusalem and by the Nexus Project in the United States. And we've also drawn on recommendations of anti-Semitism task forces at Columbia University, Stanford University, Harvard University and New York University. We're absolutely committed to continual improvement and intent to get this right. The second important piece is training. It was clear from both evidence provided to the previous inquiry as well as directly to the Envoy that there were serious and legitimate concerns about the ability of university leaders as well as frontline university staff being able to recognise and respond. We simply have to do better. Under the leadership of Associate Professor David Sluky and the Australian Centre for Jewish Civilisation at Monash University, training packages targeting in the first instance senior leadership, so Vice-Chancellors, Deputy Vice-Chancellors, Provosts, will be piloted next week. It will then be made available to all universities. The second tranche of training will be aimed at frontline university staff working in those student-facing roles, security, student services, residential services, etc., and that'll take place in February 2025 ahead of the commencement of first semester, and that training will be conducted face-to-face. The modules will focus on the history of Jews and anti-Semitism, how anti-Semitism manifests in the contemporary impact and its impact on Jewish communities. The training includes case studies gathered from across the Group of 8 and the broader sector and internationally that are tailored for various audiences, and working with leaders and staff on how best to implement measures to prevent and respond to anti-Semitism. And our universities have all taken their own actions guided by their individual circumstances. There are many examples I can point to, and I'm sure we can cover those off in the question and answers, and I recognise that you have universities appearing shortly after Luke and myself, and we'll obviously cover them off in our written submission to the committee. For the Group of 8 universities, and I think I can speak for the entire sector when I say, sorry if I am speaking for you, but for all of us, providing a safe space for all students, staff and academics on campus exercises the minds of university leaders every single day. But addressing anti-Semitism is a shared enterprise and a shared responsibility. We need to work together, universities, governments and their agencies such as TEXA and the National Student Ombudsman. They all have an important role to play as we actively seek to eliminate anti-Semitism and all forms of racism. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Thompson. I'm going to kick off the questions. I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair and then we'll go to my other colleagues, and I welcome Senator Shoebridge, who's joined us as well. Obviously, you have oversight of a number of universities, so you'd see good examples of the way in which universities have managed anti-Semitism, not just the inadequacies that you referenced in your opening statement. Perhaps you could begin by talking about some of the things that you've noticed that other universities could learn from by universities that have been demonstrating good practice in dealing with anti-Semitism. What sort of things do you think are important? And you don't have to name the universities because I understand you've got membership concerns, but if you want to, you're more than welcome to. But if you want to go through, what's been some ways in which universities have handled this well?
Well, thank you, Chair. Look, I would be remiss not to mention my alma mater, Monash University, and of course both a member of Universities Australia and the Group of 8 who have done tremendous work on this and led some significant debate, not just on the issue of anti-Semitism, but social cohesion more broadly. And I was delighted to attend the launch of their social cohesion strategy just a few weeks ago in Melbourne. The exchange between our universities is very strong on issues of anti-Semitism and social cohesion more broadly. We convene a group of Deputy Vice-Chancellors corporate who effectively, as part of their portfolios, run university campuses and services. There's an enormous amount of exchange of information and good practice. As I said to the previous Senate committee, this is an emerging issue. Mistakes, of course, have been made, but the response has been excellent from our universities. And I note, particularly in response to encampments, but also the more insidious nature of racism and anti-Semitism on campus. We're sharing information, it's emerging, but I'm very pleased that overall university campuses experiences in Australia have been relatively safe compared to what we've seen in other jurisdictions, particularly the United States. There's been great responses at state vice-chancellor level, and they're sharing information because, of course, they're working within those jurisdictions. And so we've seen changes in local ordinances, changes in the way we understand policing and our own policies and procedures to deal with issues. The information sharing is ongoing and continuing, and working through the excellent work of the Special Envoy Gillian Segal. We're delighted that that work is happening and we're facilitating it across our membership. There's a considered effort from our members to get this right and to learn from each other. Many universities have done an excellent job. Of course, different universities have different cohorts, different contexts. Most of our universities are considered public space by the Australian community, and as Vicky has alluded to, 500,000, I would hazard a guess that millions of people use our campuses every day, and we have an obligation to uphold freedom of speech, and we have to make sure that that doesn't turn into hate speech. As I said in my opening statement, we want to make sure that every student comes on campus, has a rewarding experience and can get their education, which is fundamentally important to what we do. And I'm very, very pleased to see that many universities are working together and sharing information and responding accordingly.
Can I ask a follow-up question then? Diving into a little bit more specifics about best practice. Let's talk about some of the things you mentioned in the opening statement. Maybe we can go through them sort of one by one around the definition. Obviously, you're working towards a national definition. Are there universities that have that definition or have a definition that's applying it in good practice?
I'm informed that there's 5 members of the University of Australia membership that has the IRA definition of anti-Semitism within a formal adoption of it. I think most of our universities reference it in some way. There are some legal complications around the adoption of it in the Australian context, and the work that Vicky and the Group of 8 have done with Gillian Segal on this is exemplary. I've participated in one of their meetings and seen how much work has gone into it. It is important that we get some uniformity across the sector, and I think that work will conclude very soon, and I have no doubt it will be readily adopted across all universities. That's just one part of the puzzle, of course. Yeah. And what we want to do is see training packages and responses for student complaints developed. The passage of the Student Ombudsman Bill last night in the Senate is welcomed by the Universities of Australia. This is an important mechanism for students from all universities to have an equitable access to a complaints mechanism, and we welcome that, and we hope that students readily access it. We will work through that process. We'll work through what happens with the rest of the work of Gillian Segal. I am in awe of her energy, Chair, and she's doing an incredible job across multiple sectors to address the insidious rise of anti-Semitism in Australia, and we're very, very confident that we can work collaboratively across the university sector to do some good work.
We're looking forward to having Ms Segal in a bit. Ms Thompson?
Yeah, I might just pick up the first part of the question around and give you some specific examples of what we've done across our universities, recognising that there's the collective activity we take as the Group of 8, and we're very fortunate that we can tap into our partners, if you like, in the UK and Canada through the Russell Group and other university groups where that has been really helpful. And then there's the individual actions that we've taken. So the collective activity I'll come to in a moment. But just to give you a flavour of some of the specifics that we've done, the Australian National University has recently changed its policies to disallow encampments, and they're currently reviewing their disciplinary policies and procedures. Following the encampments at the University of Adelaide, they changed their rules to restrict public access for protest purposes and posted signs on campus and communicated that policy to staff and students. I recognise that my chair is sitting in the back of the room and you'll have the University of Sydney here shortly, so I won't prosecute the University of Sydney's case. I'm sure that Professor Scott will be able to do that, but they have certainly done a lot of work in this same area. At a very practical level, the University of Melbourne has introduced a fast-track response via a Safe Zone app in the event of an emergency. So that app allows students to share their location and details with the university security team, who can then arrange the right assistance. And I think this is where the training comes in as well, because they have to be able to know what they're responding to. So this is why this joined-up approach is really important. The app also allows users to report cleaning, maintenance or IT equipment issues on any University of Melbourne campus. This goes to issues around graffiti, offensive posters, stickers and graffiti on campus. And then there's also other universities which have put in and have had but are increasing capacity on campus security and safe rooms, etc. In relation to the definition and that question, definitions will always be contested and they'll always be difficult. And there is no perfect solution. And I've certainly learnt a lot. I've come into this fairly naive, really, from this experience as CEO of the Group of 8. And I'm learning a lot from our expertise and from working very closely with the Special Envoy, who can speak to it this afternoon. The IRA definition was something that we have drawn on really carefully and closely, together with the definitions adopted by Columbia, Harvard and others. But we really wanted to focus on a definition that was fit for purpose for the Australian context. And so the definition that we've actually developed will be very familiar to those who are familiar with the IRA definition, but it is also in an Australian university context. And I was really pleased yesterday when we had our meeting, and we had a 2.5-hour meeting on Monday. So I've had 30-odd meetings over the last few weeks with both our experts and with Gillian and her team, and others, with the Jewish Union of Students and others. So we're consulting widely. What I've come to kind of learn is exactly that it'll always be difficult, but we really have to get this right. The easy thing would have been to just develop something, hope for the best and throw it out there. We do not want this to be a tick and flick. It has to fit within our contexts and it has to be acceptable to the broader community. That's what we're aiming for. So that is really hard, and I'm not going to say that it hasn't been without its challenges. A number of bodies have recommended the use of IRA, but with caveats and clarification. And I think that's an important point in relation that we must protect freedom of speech and we must protect academic freedom. I looked at an example from the University of Cambridge, which has adopted IRA, but with caveats. And so we wanted to do more than just have an adoption of a definition with caveats. We wanted to have an Australian context definition, which I'm very confident that we will be able to get to in the next week or so.
On that note, I certainly think the committee would appreciate and benefit from a copy of that definition and the announcement when it's made, if that can be made.
Absolutely.
As a question.
I hope to be able to get that to you very soon.
Thank you, Ms Thompson. So one of the other aspects, obviously, is around the transparency of complaints processes, and that's something that you touched on as well in your opening statement, Mr Sheehy, around students having the confidence in university processes. Are there examples of where you think universities are doing well on that, and what the standards should be?
We'll go into further detail in our formal submission in the coming weeks around where we're making sector-wide improvements. Obviously, individual universities have different structures, policies, procedures based on their history and context. We think what we've also learnt from the last 12 months in particular is we're discovering what powers universities already have. For instance, I think the Curtin Vice-Chancellor said to me the other day, we had the power to take down posters on campus. And the same thing, I think, applies to grievance and complaints processes are on campus, where students are discovering, as are universities, discovering what powers and capability they have. I come back to the point of equity of access to those processes. And it is important that obviously university students go to their institution first, but having a Commonwealth Ombudsman is something that we welcome for that very reason, that there is a place where all students, irrespective of their institution, have a formal standard complaints process at a Commonwealth level. That's a good thing. That said, we learn a lot. There are other issues that happen on campus other than racism and, regretfully, including gender-based violence and sexual assault. Those issues we've been talking about for a long time in our sector, and we've done some tremendously good work on it, and we're learning a lot. Regretfully, during the last 12 months, there's been a constraint on resources There is a general constraint on resources at all universities at the moment, and so our services for students are stretched, and encampments and other issues on campus stretch that even further. So we're learning how to adjust and be more agile in that context.
And on the sorts of complaints processes, principles, are there things that you are encouraging universities to adopt in terms of, you mentioned equity of access, but simplicity of the process, the timeliness of the process, and what sort of things do you think are the sort of basic factors that need to be included in a complaints process for a university student or a staff member complaining of racism? And I think you're 100% right about talking about some of the learnings we've had on the sexual assault on campus work that's been done. What's your sense of what needs to be included in a complaints process to give students confidence?
I think the first principle, if I can, and we've learnt this from the responses to gender-based violence and sexual assault on campus, is knowledge of the process and knowledge of availability and someone to talk to. So this is, something we learn a lot from, and we share that information widely through our various committees and structures at Universities Australia. Of course, we're a member representative body, so we don't mandate what individual institutions should do. What we do is facilitate a forum in which our members can share their understanding, lessons, learnings and contexts of legal obligations and general obligations to their students, and that's an important thing. I would also note the work that we're doing with TEXA, our national regulator, on social cohesion. We've had an initial meeting on that a couple of weeks ago, led by Mary Russell, their Chief Executive Officer, invited our Vice-Chancellors to discuss issues relating to social cohesion. Gillian Siegel was present at that meeting, and it was a very good forum, and it started a very important dialogue around how we understand to respond collectively and share information across our membership. We do that regularly already, so it's an important thing that we'll continue to do in this context, in the context of all of the other issues that we want to make, where we're striving to make our campuses safer.
So two more questions and I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair. I mean, obviously you mentioned it in the start in your opening remarks around the rise in anti-Semitism, and this is something that is evolving, but the turning point, I think, widely acknowledged would be October 7. What's your observations around how prevalent this is on campuses? What the experiences are of Jewish students and staff since October 7? How much worse this has got? What's your sense of how big this problem is?
Well, I read all of the submissions to the Senate inquiry on the previous inquiry we had in September. It was very sobering reading, and obviously I've been talking to students all year, and particularly Jewish students, and they're deeply troubled. I mean, my part of Melbourne, my community is deeply troubled. It's your community, Chair. So,
seen you in the streets,
that's right. Yeah. So it's the centre of Jewish population in the country, and so we see it on the streets, but we also see it on our campuses. So it is a societal issue, and it's deeply troubling. I ask students and visitors to our campus and the general public to reflect and be curious about the words they're using and the context in which they protest. I've said many times that peaceful protest is part of a healthy democracy, and universities are a part of a healthy democracy. So that's an important thing to do. But, it is real. The rise in anti-Semitism is real. We're feeling it in our society more broadly, and we know it's happening on campus. What pleases me is that universities are taking action in an evolving situation, and regretfully, it's an evolving situation where anti-Semitism is on the rise. I hope that's not the case next year.
And I'll just pick up and reinforce everything Luke said, just to say that in many ways that is the great role of our universities now, to be forward-leaning, so to learn and pick up the things that we've seen over the last 12 plus months, but it has predated October 7, as I said, and really examine our internal policies, but also to look at what is our role in actually social cohesion more broadly. What is our role when we're educating, hundreds of thousands of students and academics who are on our campuses and our researchers, and how do we... Best practice is a word that I don't like using because it's a bit of it's a word, but it really has been, for me, sharing that best practice, say, well, what is working and what isn't working? And to your point, Chair, about transparency, you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
And if it would be remiss of me to say that we didn't have policies in place, we did. But obviously they failed our Jewish students. And we saw that, and we've seen that in the testimony they've given in various inquiries. And so shining a light on those processes and continually improving them, and I think that's the important point, it's never going to be job done. And we have a responsibility, I think, as leading universities, where we need to be able to agree and disagree well on our university campuses and to ensure that our students are equipped to do that. And that's what we're trying to do, both through the internal mechanisms so students know where to go, but also our responsibility as leaders in our communities.
And so my last question, then I'll hand over to others.
Build off what you just
Yeah, sure. In terms of leadership, I mean, obviously, the amount of work that you've clearly demonstrated that you're engaged in right now is significant, and you are doing a lot of work across universities. Ms Thompson, you mentioned the number of meetings you've been having and the direct engagement that the university peak bodies are engaged in. I mean, how important is it also that the Vice-Chancellors of the universities are directly involved in this, that this can't be something that is pushed down? What's your sense of how important leadership of universities are also?
Absolutely integral. Leadership comes from the top. Yeah. And I can say, certainly for the group of universities that I represent, yesterday I had our chair and Professor Sharon Pickering, the Vice-Chancellor of Monash University, in that meeting. They've been involved in many of the meetings, as have other Vice-Chancellors, Provosts, Deputy Vice-Chancellors. There is no sense that this has been kicked down the chain. This is something that is exercising their minds. I've been around the sector for a couple of decades, and this is one where there is never a time when our senior leadership is not closely engaged and monitoring how we're tracking, what are we doing. We've got to get an outcome. No matter how difficult it might be, that's where we've got to go. So I think it is important, and the training packages are not designed for just frontline staff. They're actually, the first tranche are designed and directed directly at our university leadership for that very reason.
Ms Tink, did you want to ask a follow-up?
No, go to the deputy. I do want to build, but go to Henry first.
Sorry.
And then I'll...
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned the previous Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee and the hearings that we had there. At one of those hearings, the Anti-Semitism Envoy, Gillian Siegel, said that, in her view, there is systemic embedded anti-Semitism within our university campuses. Would you agree with that statement?
Well, I wouldn't disagree with the Special Envoy's work and her assessment. She's obviously been speaking to many, many students, which we've been talking to her about. And I've seen the reports from students and the submissions to that inquiry and to this inquiry. I'm sure there'll be more. And my direct engagement with students over the last 12 months, particularly Jewish students, there is clearly a rise in anti-Semitism across the Australian community, and that clearly is manifesting on university campuses. That's absolutely regretful. And as someone who is a champion of universities, I want to make sure that they continue to be beacons of, robust debate, education, research and peaceful protest, but also and predominantly that they're a place where people can go about getting an education peacefully. Clearly there is more to learn and more to do, and we're involved in a number of processes which we've already outlined to better strive towards that goal.
Can I just add to that? I pointed to the social cohesion report quite deliberately. There is systemic racism in our community. We've seen that. We've seen that this week in federal Parliament, some fairly unedifying issues in the Senate. And we are not immune to that. And so we certainly wouldn't disagree with the commentary from the Envoy, but I can't overstate the progress that we have made between that hearing and this hearing and the discussions we've had with the Envoy. Of course it's always there. It's not a job done, tick the box, we've sorted that problem. The social cohesion that is breaking down in our society is real, and we are seeing that on our campuses. It's now our responsibility in terms of how we address that, and that's where I think it's important in terms of that forward-leaning approach that our universities are taking.
I would agree that there's a broader societal problem, but I don't think there's any coincidence why while we're having this inquiry specifically into university campuses and anti-Semitism there. Would you? if it is, if you do accept that it's systemic or embedded within university campuses, would you acknowledge that a new definition, new training packages, working groups, etc., aren't necessarily going to fix the problem? That this is going to be a much broader issue that you're going to have to deal with, and it's going to involve systemic change within the universities?
I would say that the training packages and the work that we've done to date and the definition are significant steps forward in addressing those perceived or real systemic issues that exist on our campuses and in our society. And so in that sense, and I keep repeating that this is not a case of job done. Here's a training package, it's all sorted. Here's the definition, it's all sorted. But we've come a long way in really the last 6 months in terms of the development of those packages, working out what a definition should look like, and something that is fit for purpose for our Australian context. So I think it is significant progress for our universities.
Look, I've seen many reports that university campuses are, places of protest intensively in the last 12 months, not since, we haven't seen really since the Vietnam War protests, and I agree with that sentiment, and I understand why students, particularly Jewish students, are feeling the way they feel. We're working tirelessly to work on that on our campuses. And I come back to my reference to Monash University's investment in a social cohesion strategy. This is about social cohesion. And as universities, we have an obligation to lead those debates on behalf of society. That's what we're here to do. And I'm really pleased that work's happening. Monash University's invested $1 million in that process, and they're very open to sharing what they know, what they can learn, what we can develop on campus, and hopefully roll out more broadly across society. I have no doubt that it is for Jewish people in Australia right now, and I'm saying that because I've spoken to many of my Jewish friends. It is a really difficult time for Jewish people in Australia, many whom came to Australia for peace after the terrible, terrible disaster of World War II. And now their grandchildren and great-grandchildren ought to have an experience in Australia that is peaceful. And I hope that we can get there both as universities but as a society more broadly.
Given the time, Chair, I'll hand back to you.
Ms. Tink.
Thank you. And I want to thank you very much for being here today. I actually, I think all of us have read evidence, we've all heard commentary, and it is heartbreaking. It's a really tough time. I guess what I'm trying to understand, though, is how do we actually measure this, and how will universities measure it going forward? So that's my first question. How do we get beyond anecdotal evidence to actually be able to know what's going on? And perhaps in that broader context, I'd also just like to reflect on the fact that you've both made comments around the breakdown of social cohesion. And so I guess my question to you is, recognising there is a rise in anti-Semitism within our environments, is that reflective of a rise in all sorts of xenophobia? Are we seeing rise in Islamophobia? Are we seeing... So, because what I'm trying to understand is if as a systemic issue, by calling out one part of the problem, do we ignore other parts? So, and do we need to see this more as a holistic issue within our society as opposed to one specific channel?
Look, we are, as universities, working closely with the government on both, the work on anti-Semitism, of course the rise in Islamophobia, and anti-Palestinian sentiment as well, which is in and of itself a separate and related issue to Islamophobia, but also an important distinction to make. Right. We, as universities, as I just said, have a role to play in tackling societal issues on behalf of society. That's part of what we've been enacted to do as institutions of learning and inquiry, and that's really important. It is a deep societal issue. Vicky is absolutely right. There is a decline in social cohesion, which manifests, sadly, in rises in racism of all types. And I'm sure there is prejudice that is outside the definition of racism as well. We're also working as universities with the Human Rights Commission on a study into incidences of racism on university campuses that encompasses both Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian sentiment, anti-Semitism, but also comes out of First Nations and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander racism coming from the debate we had around the voice to Parliament. It's a troubling time, actually, for Australians, but it's a troubling time for the planet. And we're doing our best, as we ought to do, to navigate that, both on our campuses but on behalf of society.
And I would just reinforce that it's not an either-or. I mean, obviously we're focused quite rightly at the moment on anti-Semitism, but all of our universities have enshrined in their policies, anti-Asian, anti-Islamophobia, and other forms of racism, etc. And I think that work that that Universities Australia is doing with the Human Rights Commission, to get to your point, what does success look like? Because that's actually the heart of your question, and that's where we see the rubber hit the road. That work will be really important in terms of how we actually measure what success does look like. I mean, for me, success, or for us, I think success is when all students and staff feel safe
100%
on our campuses and can agree and disagree, but in an environment where that's okay, not in a hostile environment, which is what we've seen both on and off university campuses. And so that's our goal, not to stifle debate, but to agree and disagree and understand what that means to do that. And a lot of work is happening, actually. We're pointing to Monash a lot because they've done a lot of work, but our other universities are doing the same, where they're bringing student cohorts together from different cohorts of students to actually have that discussion. So there's a lot of things that are happening under the radar that we don't see, but that's where you start to do the work, really. We talked about top-up. It's also got to be bottom-up, top-down and bottom-up.
Thank you. I mean, I guess for me it is just understanding that it is a horrendous situation, but understanding how it is isolated versus part of a more systemic issue is really important to me, I think. The other question I just wanted to ask you then, and it comes back to the work you're doing around definition, because I'm interested in understanding how you are approaching the difference between an anti-Israel sentiment versus anti-Semitism, and how that is being addressed in the work that you're doing or what you're seeing happening on universities, and whether you think actually university communities have a good understanding that to be anti-Israel isn't necessarily to be anti-Semitic.
Yeah. Well, without prejudging where we're headed to in terms of the definition, because we're yet to resolve we're 95% there. There's a few grey areas, but this was part of the challenge, I think, with the IRA definition in terms of, what does criticism of Israel actually mean versus...
Yeah, and I should have said critical of Israel, sorry, not anti-Israel, but critical of Israel.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, we state very clearly in our definition, which is in draft form at the moment, so with that caveat, that criticism of policies and practices of the Israeli government or state is not in and of itself anti-Semitic. However, criticism of Israel can be anti-Semitic when it is grounded in harmful tropes and stereotypes or assumptions. We've spent a lot of time, and experts far more educated than I am in this area have ensured that there is a difference. It's not so subtle. There is a difference, and we have to enshrine that in our definition. And there's been acceptance of that across our universities. And in fact, most of our universities, as I said, already have something within their procedures and policies. This will enhance that.
Okay. Thank you.
And if I can just add to that, I mean, our working group, which is working very, very closely with the excellent work that Group of 8 has been leading on this, I reflect on some comments from one of the Vice-Chancellors on that committee that said this will be an educative process once we land on the definition itself, for not only Vice-Chancellors but the students and the wider university community and the society. I mean, understanding the difference between criticising a democratically elected government versus a people is really an important distinction to make when we finalise this work, and we hope that does educate the broader Australian community on what can be classified as anti-Semitism. And finally, I'd just say it's about what I ask students and people and Australians to think about. Be curious about what you're saying and the context in which it's delivered, because it means things to people in different contexts.
Mr. Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Joe. I think I have about 2 minutes, and
we can go. If it's okay to go slightly into the next hearing, and then we'll eat into our morning tea.
Haven't yet seen your submission, which I look forward to seeing. So thanks for your attendance today. Dr. Carlin from the University of New South Wales, the conclusion of her submission says, if we are to address anti-Semitism, it's imperative to work to eradicate all forms of racial prejudice, racism and discrimination, and work together to build institutions in which all our rights are protected. And that's mirrored in what Dr. Riemer from Sydney University says. He says racism should be opposed universally. Anti-Semitism, anti-Asian racism, Islamophobia and racism against First Nations people all equally intolerable and must be combated together. Do you agree with that principle, those two principles? They must be combated together and not as isolated?
Oh, of course, and I'd reflect the work that we're doing with the Human Rights Commission, which is a study into anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism and the experience of First Nations people around university campuses. So it's important to understand the context of how each of those individual components of racism are understood and articulated within the Australian community or the community more broadly. But the context and we're here today is to talk about anti-Semitism. But we are enthusiastically working with the Human Rights Commission on that process, as we are among many other forums across the university sector on all of those issues.
Well, I mean, I think we all agree on this fundamental point. Combating anti-Semitism is incredibly important and should be work that is prioritised. But perhaps where we may disagree is if that's being prioritised, whilst the universities are not addressing, for example, Islamophobia, and the Islamophobia Register of Australia has released reports showing a 600% increase in Islamophobia in the last year. People of Muslim faith being stopped and insulted simply because of the dress they're wearing. Can you ensure me there's the same resources being addressed to that at your universities? Are you addressing the same resources? Have you got a separate project for Islamophobia?
So as I said earlier, it's not either or. We're obviously focused on anti-Semitism for the purposes of this inquiry. Many of our universities are in a process now of consulting with Muslim students and staff. Monash University has adopted a definition of Islamophobia as part of its anti-racism statement, and I understand the University of Sydney is also in the same boat in terms of its commitment to anti-racism and Islamophobia. So what I can say is we are engaging with the Special Envoy on Islamophobia. We are working very carefully with all of our constituencies with the same level of commitment and focus. For the purposes of this inquiry, obviously we're focused on anti-Semitism.
Ms Tink asked questions about conflating criticism of the actions of Israel, the actions of the Israeli military, particularly in the war in Gaza, the tens and tens of thousands of people that have been killed, majority of whom are women and children. Do you accept that there's a legitimate place on university campuses to protest against such actions and to openly critique such actions, and in doing so to express solidarity with the people of Gaza who have been confronted by such appalling death and destruction? Do you accept there's a legitimate place on universities to do that?
Well, Senator, I've already said in this hearing that a healthy democracy has healthy universities which have healthy and peaceful protests on campus, and that's an important part of what we do as universities.
I haven't put an abstract to you. I've put a concrete issue and example. Do you accept there's a legitimate place on campuses for students to protest that and for academics to critique it?
Campuses are legitimate places to demonstrate freedom of speech, and as long as it's done peacefully and in accordance with the law and doesn't turn into hate speech or vilification, of course, Senator.
Yeah.
Well, I think we all would oppose hate speech or vilification, but there have been, for example, the University of Sydney has changed policies that would make much of that kind of protest action potentially impossible. Have you reviewed the University of Sydney's recent changes to policies? For example, preventing students from even starting lectures before lectures start, from making announcements, Do you think that's consistent with academic freedom?
Well, I'm not sure of an announcement at the start of a lecturer's protest, but certainly that's a matter for the university's individual processes and procedures. As I come back to the point, Senator, we think that healthy democracies have healthy universities that have peaceful protest. That's been the case for centuries across the world, and it will continue to be so as long as it's done in accordance with law and doesn't turn into hate speach. It's an important principle, Senator, so that's what we adhere to, and we work within the legal constructs that we have.
Have you spoken with Jewish academics who have shown solidarity with the Palestinian struggle to understand their particular struggles and many of the attacks that have come against them? Have you spoken with those academics in the course of this work?
I've certainly met with the Jewish Council of Australia and the Executive Council of Australian Jewry. In fact, I've met, I think, with all of the key stakeholder groups. So, yes, the answer is yes. We're speaking to all of the constituencies that are engaged in this process.
Well, I mean, I've spoken with a number of those academics who have felt very isolated and quite threatened on campus. And I'll just read you something from Dr. Carlin from the UNSW's submission that I found deeply troubling. I'll just ask you to reflect on it if you don't mind. Since October 7, 2023, I've had one experience of anti-Semitism on campus. This occurred during a Palestinian solidarity protest organised by Students for Palestine, at which I was one of the speakers. While we held our peaceful protest, a group of Jewish Zionist people, including students, walked up to us in an intimidating way, wrapped in Israeli flags. One of these people performed the Sieg Heil gesture at our Palestine solidarity gathering, with the clear implication that we were Nazis or sympathetic to Nazis. Such views are anathema to a proudly Jewish woman like myself and the other Jewish speaker as student at the university, and at the very least insulting to the non-Jewish attendees. As I was one of the speakers, I felt directly targeted by this clear act of anti-Semitism by supporters of Israel. And she, at a later point, says, to go back to my example of anti-Semitism on campus, that she felt that speaking in solidarity with Palestine was a solidarity rooted in my Jewish values and principles of Tikkun Olam. How do you respond to those kinds of experiences from Jewish academics showing solidarity with the Palestinian people?
Well, as I say, universities are places where we have peaceful protest, we uphold the principles of freedom of speech and academic freedom, and individual situations and circumstances, as you've outlined, I'm not familiar with it. I haven't read that submission. I haven't met with that particular academic. But what I would say is, as long as people feel safe on campus, that is what we continue to strive to do in accordance with the law.
But Ms. Shee, you said you read all the submissions from the previous inquiry, and
there was over 600, Senator. I got through many of them, not all.
Well, this was one of those submissions.
Yeah. Well, I haven't read that one in particular.
So this is where concern, particularly from Jewish academics, but more broadly, where conflating criticism of Israel is attacked as being anti-Semitic. Legitimate criticism of Israel is being attacked as anti-Semitic. You hear here a Jewish academic who felt isolated and attacked. I'm asking again, the work you're doing in coming up with a definition of anti-Semitism, are you genuinely engaging with this? Because I'm troubled that you haven't read the submission, but are you genuinely engaging with these concerns that are coming from Jewish academics?
Yeah, I think this goes to the very heart of what we are trying to do, and this also goes to the challenge that we've got. I am very comfortable at the group of 8 that we have and are and will continue to engage with all of the relevant constituencies. And the definition, which is why we're working very hard to come to a landing on it, will address those issues. Now, it's not going to stop some of the abhorrent things that are happening in society and on campus. Let's be realistic about it.
Yeah,
but we have to have.
You live in the real world. No one is suggesting.
Yeah, I know, but we have to be realistic about the limitations of what we're trying to do, and the consultations that we've had. And I'm comfortable that as we have gone through this process, and I keep saying it's not a job done, very happy to talk to any of the groups, and we have done that. But I think this also goes to the point of agreeing to disagree well, and how we actually have that entrenched in our students and our academics and our staff.
Well, I think you'd agree with me that that experience that Dr. Carlin had was an example
Certainly doesn't sound...
of failing to meet that test of agreeing to disagree in anything like...
I'm not familiar with the exact case. I haven't read all of the submissions. But any representation is very uncomfortable for us, of course.
And you'd be aware that there is significant criticism with the examples that attached to the IHRA statement. And that's where much of the concern happens, where conflation of inappropriately conflating legitimate criticism of the actions of the Israeli state with anti-Semitism. How have you engaged with that?
And Senator, that is why we haven't adopted IRA as the definition, because of those concerns that have been raised around the case studies that support IRA.
Right.
Yep.
That is why we have not adopted it. And that is why this has been a longer process, because we are not satisfied necessarily that IRA is workable in the Australian context. That's not to say that our universities don't reference it, they don't take account of it, but we need something which addresses exactly the issues that you have raised, which is what this definition is attempting to do.
And if I can reference Monash University one more time, their work on social cohesion on campuses and more in society more broadly is about having that uncomfortable conversation in areas of contested views of the world. That's an important part of a robust democracy, Senator. And so individual experiences sometimes are uncomfortable, and we have to recognise that that's what comes from living in a democracy and a pluralistic society.
Yeah, and being made uncomfortable because of criticism of the Israeli state, legitimate criticism.
Sure, that's
of
one
the Israeli
example,
state.
but being uncomfortable also while adhering to the law.
Correct.
Thanks, Senator. We're going to wrap up this hearing now. Thank you both for appearing before the committee and for giving of your time today. The committee requested answers to questions taken on notice, including the definition that you have referred to, Ms Thompson, be provided to the Secretariat by close of business 13 December 2024, providing it gets adopted. And we thank you very much for your time today and for participating in this inquiry. We're just going to pause the hearing for a moment while we bring in the next round of witnesses. I'll be back in 30. Representatives from the University of Sydney and the University of Technology, Sydney. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? And we'll start from my left.
My name's Kylie Reedman. I'm the Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Students and Education at the University of Technology, Sydney.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Andrew Parfitt and I'm the Vice-Chancellor at the University of Technology, Sydney.
Welcome.
Mark Scott, Vice-Chancellor of the University of Sydney.
Welcome.
Anna-Marie Jargos, Provost and Deputy Vice-Chancellor, University of Sydney.
Welcome to you all. I now invite you to make an opening statement, and the conclusion of those remarks will open up for discussion. And we can maybe start with UTS.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to address this inquiry. Let me be clear that anti-Semitism has no place at UTS, and I've made this position very clear to the university community on many occasions via a wide range of communications, and particularly over the past 12 months. We recognise that universities don't exist in a bubble. We're not immune from anti-Semitism and other forms of discrimination based on race and religion, but we are committed to ensuring that our university builds on our strong record of working to ensure every member of our community, regardless of religion, background, heritage or race, is valued and respected. Ensuring that everyone feels welcome, safe and supported at UTS is of utmost importance to us. Our primary focus is on ensuring the safety of our community while supporting an environment in which diverse views can be freely expressed and discussed in line with our public purpose as a university. We're very clear in our expectations that this will be done respectfully at all times. We work to ensure that all members of our university community are clear about these expectations on appropriate behaviour, and we take action if people do not meet these expectations. In an environment of heightened tension since the attack of October the 7th in 2023, UTS has taken a range of additional measures to ensure the safety and well-being of our community. Over the past 12 months, we've reviewed our governance settings to better manage safety in the context of protests and demonstrations, and clearly articulate our expectations to staff, to students and the broader university community. These policy reviews and updates form part of a wider university response, including additional training and communication. We provide training to help our teaching staff create an inclusive classroom in which students can respectfully discuss issues related to race and religion. And in addition, we've made considerable efforts over the last few years in consultation with our staff and students to develop a comprehensive action plan on cultural diversity and anti-Semitism and anti-racism. We also provide resources and support services to staff to ensure everyone at UTS experiences an environment underpinned by respect and tolerance. For example, the university has established a dedicated space for our Jewish students at their request. We've also increased the number of rabbis providing pastoral care to ensure support is available to a diversity of Jewish students in the context of heightening global tensions and well-being concerns. Senior university staff meet regularly with UTS student leaders from the Australian Union of Jewish Students, the Palestinian Society and students from the Student Representative Council to check in on the welfare of our student cohorts. These meetings provide an opportunity for students to alert us to any areas of concern and reinforce UTS services available to students. I've personally met with student representatives and community leaders to hear their views on how UTS is responding to issues raised by Jewish staff, students and community members, and I'm committed to maintaining an open and ongoing dialogue. We have received a small number of complaints from Jewish staff and students who felt unsafe or unwelcome on our campus. Our approach is that we work diligently to ensure that we have strong relationships and so that we can resolve the issues as early as possible before commencing formal complaints action under our policies. And working with our students and staff to resolve concern relies on us actively building trust in our ability to act and trust in the systems we have in place to manage issues that are brought to our attention. Thus far, the feedback we have received suggests we are mostly striking the right balance. However, we understand these issues are constantly evolving and we regularly review our policies, procedures and support mechanisms to make sure they're working for our community. We welcome the appointments of the Special Envoys to combat anti-Semitism and Islamophobia and the National Student Ombudsman. These can help universities respond effectively and help us to be informed to prevent future incidents. We appreciate this opportunity to outline our commitment to creating a campus environment that's free of anti-Semitism, and I'm happy to answer any questions, Chair.
Thank you, Professor. University of Sydney.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. Since the horrific attacks of October 7 and through the ongoing and harrowing war in Gaza, universities around the world have grappled with the impact of these disruptive events on their students and staff, and the distress triggered across university communities by passionately held oppositional views. As I've said in previous hearings before Parliament, at the University of Sydney we did not get everything right, and there are clearly differing views on our responses to certain events, particularly the encampment earlier this year. What we have committed to do is learn from these hugely challenging and complex events and the experiences of other universities around the world, and to listen to those who would work with us to ensure our campuses are safe and welcoming for all. To that end, we've already made a significant number of changes to our policies, procedures and practices. These changes have had a particular focus on addressing anti-Semitism and the experiences of our Jewish students and staff, and in addressing cultural biases of every kind. We believe they benefit the whole university community. The independent review of our policies and processes by Bruce Hodgkinson, AM, SC, was released this week and endorses some of the key actions already underway, including our new campus access policy, which puts strict guidelines around planned protests and bans camping and protests in any university building. Also, the considered overhaul of our complaint system and the review of relevant university policies to ensure they are fit for purpose and easy to understand. Among other changes, we've also increased campus security measures and improved our responsiveness to concerns such as offensive posters and graffiti. Mr Hodgkinson has provided further practical suggestions to increase transparency, particularly to improve public confidence in our complaints and disciplinary procedures, and to enhance civility on campus. And this includes a new rule that would put the onus on any speaker using university facilities to make the meaning of contested words and phrases clear to the audience. I'd welcome the opportunity to go into the Hodgkinson findings and recommendations in more detail today, but as you'll have heard this week, our Senate has accepted all 15 recommendations in principle and has charged me and the University Executive with designing a blueprint for consulting on and delivering them. Together with considerable work already underway, the Hodgkinson report provides us with a clear roadmap for ensuring a safe and welcoming campus for all students and staff, while at the same time safeguarding our commitment to free speech and academic freedom. We are determined to do whatever is necessary to achieve that balance. On university campuses, as in the wider community, the fight against anti-Semitism and all forms of discrimination must never stop. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Scott, how prevalent is anti-Semitism at the University of Sydney?
As I said at a previous parliamentary hearing, we have had evidence of anti-Semitism at the University of Sydney, and the Hodgkinson report identifies that as well. As Vicky Thompson indicated in the previous evidence she gave, we are vast ecosystems. Any given week at the University of Sydney, 100,000 people in and around our community. And what the Anti-Semitism Envoy has spoken to, and more broadly in reporting, anti-Semitism has been on the rise in the broader community. We are a microcosm of that community. And so we have identified, and also I think it has been important and illuminating to engage with our Jewish staff and students and to learn from their experience. I think one of the things they would have said to us is that whilst there may be some moments, some public events that have generated attention, they have articulated their concern at underlying evidence of anti-Semitism in our community as there has been in the broader community. And so what has been important for us to do is to listen and learn from that and put the policies and processes and practices in place that provides a safeguard and, where possible, for the university to be a safe haven from what is happening outside.
Can I ask a question? So you made it in your opening statement, Professor Scott, that you accepted all of the 15 recommendations of the Hodgkinsons.
What we've said, Senator, it's only arrived this week.
I'm only a lower house member. I haven't been promoted to that.
Thank you, Chair. What's happened is that Mr Hodgkinson's report has been presented to the Senate this week. There was a special meeting of Senate. Our fellows of Senate have read the report, have been briefed by Mr Hodgkinson, and what they did was they accepted the recommendations in principle, but they recognised significant work now has to be done. If I can speak to that further, we have made changes in the middle of the year with the creation of the campus access policy. What we have been doing in recent months at the university is consulting on that campus access policy, and those submissions close today. I understand there'll be an important submission from the union that will land today, so that consultation process is underway. Mr Hodgkinson has expressed views around those matters. He has also endorsed the work that is underway to review our policies and to review our complaints process.
Yeah.
And there are a number of other recommendations as well that I knew that we need to consider, we need to consult on, and we need to look at how we would implement in practice. So they've been endorsed in principle.
So let's take one of those examples, the complaints procedures,
yes,
which is recommendation 5.
Yes.
I mean, in principle, that seems like a reasonable request, doesn't it? Or a reasonable recommendation?
Well, and one of the things he says, if you read the report, is he endorses the fact that a review of that complaints process is already underway. So we will complete that work. There are a number of things we want to do about our complaints process. We appreciate. I mean, one of the things I think he says about our policies and our complaints process is that we have had procedures in place. One of the things he says that the people who have been dealing with complaints at the university, and I can quote, are highly trained, diligent and professional in the way they treat all aspects of complaints made to the university. He also says that all complaints have been treated seriously.
Yeah.
However, it is a highly complex system. Universities can be bureaucratic places, not simple to see where the complaint can be made to, not simple to understand where the complaint process is up to, and also, I think, significantly in his recommendations, not necessarily transparent as where the outcomes are. One of the things that emerged, I think, in submissions to the previous inquiry was a sense that complaints had disappeared and not been upheld. We had more than 80 complaints that were upheld that were made during first semester, particularly on the back of the encampment. So greater streamlining of how it works, greater transparency as to how it works, more public reporting on the outcomes of that complaints, all to build confidence. Yep. One of the things I said...
Sorry, Professor. I'm conscious that we've got a bit of time, so I'm going to press on with some questions. And I'm pleased to hear those sorts of that sort of perspective and that sort of work going on. My first question was about how prevalent it was. In your sense, I mean, has this been escalating? Has anti-Semitism got worse? What's your sense of the timeline of this? Yes. Is this a new phenomenon?
There's no doubt, and I think Professor Parfitt indicated this as well, since October 7, we have seen a significant increase in reports of anti-Semitism in the broader community, and certainly so on campus, but there have been incidents prior to that. So, but I would say, if you're looking at the trend line, and we've been reflecting on this significantly, complaints around anti-Semitism at the university significantly higher in first semester, significantly higher while the encampment was taking place, and immediately in the aftermath of that, significantly reduced in second semester, around about 10% the volume of complaints. In talking with Jewish staff, in talking with Jewish students, I get the feeling in and around the university that they feel that these issues are well recognised, that we are working together on them. Yesterday, the University of Sydney Executive met, and we were briefed by the academic at Monash who is doing that work. One of our senior Jewish academics was with us in that meeting. We have a senior Jewish academic who's working on our Civic University project. There is a sense that sleeves are rolled up and we're working on it together. But I would say, almost in contrast, I think, to what we can see of incidents that are taking place outside, including the horrendous incidents in the eastern suburbs earlier in the week, I don't think our feeling would be on campus that we're seeing a rise of incidents through the year. In fact, the reverse of that, the number of complaints from staff and students significantly lower. The effectiveness of working together in bringing solutions, that has been pleasing progress.
That's good to hear. So let's go back then. You mentioned October 7. Did you reach out to Jewish students after October 7?
Yes, we did, Senator. We wrote extensively to staff. We had meetings with Jewish students and Jewish staff.
Did you, Vice-Chancellor?
Yes, I had meetings with Jewish students, Jewish staff, but also...
when were they?
I can get the detail of meetings, but also numerous correspondence across the community expressing our expectation around how we respond to this. I wrote to students and staff to express the university's shock and dismay and to make it clear that we didn't tolerate or condone racism, anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim language behaviour in any form. We made that very clear. We reinforced our code of conduct. Our Office of Student Life is the group that strongly engages with students. We identify and emailed Palestinian and Israeli students, letting them know of support that's available. I can give you a lot of detail of the...
So you mentioned that you reached out to Jewish students and met with them. Are we talking days, weeks?
I'd have to check the timetable on that.
Estimation last year, October, November?
No. We were in... The university was in contact with Jewish students, with Palestinian students.
I know the university might have, Professor, you're the Vice-Chancellor.
Yes, indeed, and much of that correspondence came from me. I wrote to our Jewish students, our Jewish staff. I held an all-staff town hall only days after the attack.
Professor?
Pardon?
I'm like, if you haven't met with them, it's okay. I'm just interested.
I've met with Jewish students.
So roughly after October 7, you pointed out that there was clearly that was a turning point on campus. How soon after did you?
Let me check the detail and come back to you on notice on the timing of that.
Okay. We think months, maybe.
Well,
weeks?
there certainly were meetings. I want to check the detail on that, Chair, if I can.
I mean, it doesn't sound like after October 7 there was a sort of concerted effort for you personally to reach out to Jewish students on campus. That seems like something you would remember.
No. What I think we clearly did was reached out to that community, attempted to identify students of Israeli citizenship, of Palestinian citizenship. We don't have full data on all of this. Reached out and connected. I had a dinner at Mandelbaum House, which is where a number of our Jewish students are residential. It's a Jewish residential college. I had a meeting at Mandelbaum House, as I recall, on the 14th of October, a dinner. After that dinner finished, we had a roundtable discussion with Jewish students there, informally, talking with them about their experiences at the university for about an hour, as I recall.
Okay. If you have any further detail about you reaching out to students, that would be useful.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the Hodgkinson's review, because on that recommendation 5 around reviewing its complaints procedures as well as simplifying every aspect of it.
Yes.
I mean, is that the first time you've heard that?
Well, no. In fact, if you read the Hodgkinson review, one of the things he calls out is that the university had already begun a review of our complaints process.
When did that begin?
And he endorses this last year. I said at the previous hearings Chair, and certainly in the numbers of discussions that I've had with Gillian Siegel, that as I read the submissions that came in to the previous hearing, one of the things that was noteworthy to me, and I think other members of our university executive, was that some of the complaints that were made to the Commission of Inquiry were not complaints that had come directly to the university. Some of the incidents identified there were not matters that we had previously been aware of. That, to our mind, is clear evidence about, or questions are asked about, the trust with which our complaint system is held, and why would not these complaints have come to us. So that, I think, was a further spur for us that work needs to be done around complaints. But further to that, as we looked at our complaint system, arguably 10 different pathways into that complaint system, different for staff, different for students, different on the nature of the complaints that are being made. And another, I think, important piece of feedback we had from Gillian Siegel was that we have a lot to learn on how the university system has dealt with complaints of sexual assault and sexual harm, because one of the things that I think has been a frustration in the complaint system is that some of the complaints that are made are quite general. They're not often about a specific incident. They're not often about a specific person. They are notifications of broad concern, but they aren't complaint processes per se that can work their way through and find that somebody misbehaved or something specifically wrong happened in a circumstance. And one of the things that the Envoy said that I thought was interesting was whether in fact we need different classifications where issues are brought to the university's attention so that we are aware of something that someone wants to notify us of, but perhaps separate to going through a pathway around a complaints process. So we had...
Professor, I'm very conscious of time, so I'm going to be a bit sort of...
Sure.
I apologise for interrupting, but
no, fine.
I've got other members and senators who want to ask questions as well. You mentioned about the timing of when the university actually started reviewing its complaints process. Roughly when was that?
I would want to check precisely on the time, but the complaints process, I may have some detail on that I can bring to you, but
this year? Last year?
No, this year.
This year?
This year.
2024?
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
So were you aware of a survey that was conducted by the Social Research Centre that also looked at the experiences of Jewish students at University of Sydney in 2023?
Can you give me a bit more detail on that?
It was a Jewish University Experience Survey report. It was carried out in March and April 2023, and your office, I believe your Chief of Staff, received a briefing on it in 2023.
Yeah, I think it was a university-wide survey, I think, and the University of Sydney, like all universities, were part of that.
Yep. So you are familiar with it, and you were familiar with things like that 77% of Jewish students at University of Sydney said that they experienced anti-Semitism.
I don't have a copy of the report in front of me, Senator, but I take.
I'm very...
Sorry, Senator.
Just a humble chair,
Sorry, Chair.
Professor. So one of the things that your office was requested at the time was around the complaints process in 2023, September 2023, which was prior to October 7. Was anything actioned at that time?
I'm not aware.
So nothing was actioned at that time?
Let me say more broadly, these are not the only issues of concern that have given rise, that there have been around our complaints processes. Again, the Provost might want to bring insights to this, but I think we have known that there have been issues around our complaints process that we want to deal with. A lot of our complaints process comes out of agreements that we have with staff under our industrial arrangements. It's whether, in fact, we have the right kind of software system and reporting systems in line. So I think we have been aware that there have been challenges around our complaint system. What
I'm
we have
more
started
just
now,
interested as to why there is a survey that says that clearly students feel that they are, hiding. Have you avoided campus to avoid anti-Semitism? 33% of Jewish students have avoided coming. 1 in 3 students have avoided coming to campus. Have you hidden your Jewish identity on campus to avoid anti-Semitism? 52% at the University of Sydney. Now, this is glaring that over half the Jewish students at your university have said that they've hidden the fact that they're Jewish on campus. And I'm just asking a simple question. One of the requests that come out of that meeting and briefing with your office is to reform a complaints process. Was anything done about it?
So if I might just jump in here, Vice-Chancellor. So my recollection, as Mark says, we need to take it on notice to come up with an absolute accuracy. My recollection is that that formal process started second quarter 2024. I'm pretty sure that a September catalyst would be a very reasonable time frame to begin that kind of parcel of work, which is not a light undertaking. It's a significant resource-intensive piece of work.
And forgive me, but that's it, September 24 this year.
No, I thought you introduced September 23.
Yes, so that work started in 2023.
No, it started in the second quarter of 2024. April. Yeah, April. So 6 or 8 months after. So why did it take 6 months to start that work?
So can I just suggest to you that that parcel of work is a multi-year project of work which requires some serious resourcing. It's led by our Office of General Counsel, who has a huge work load already. So it's not something that you can, begin in a weekend. It's the kind of thing that I'm sure in your context you'd be very familiar with the time required to kick off a project of that stature.
Government can be slow too, I understand. I'm just more interested in the fact that 6 months seems like a long time. There's an email on the 19th of October as well from Susan Turner at the Sydney University, where there's an email that goes around to the executives where it says student wellbeing have reported an increased request for a specific racism complaint form. This is currently not in place. So this is in October 2023, after October 7. Was that not a catalyst to try and hurry things up?
So we have been trying to hurry things up. In fact, I think the Hodgkinson review expresses, reasonable levels of satisfaction with what we've already undertaken and encourages the university to continue on the path.
So the work starts first quarter of 2024, not 6 months after the university is aware of the experience of Jewish students, and then the Hodgkinson's review, which was released 3 days ago, still makes the same recommendation that further work needs to be done around simplification. I mean, is that satisfactory? Is it satisfactory that it still hasn't been fixed?
Well, I think if you read the report, he recognises just how complex the current system is. Multiple entry point policies, processes, systems and complaints handlers added to by a complex and onerous regulatory framework with multiple laws and regulations that have to be considered and that can have an impact on complaints. And so I read the report as saying that we were on the right track, to encourage us to continue that, an endorsement of the quality of people who are involved and the integrity of the work that they are doing, a recognition, and I repeat as I said earlier, that every complaint has been taken seriously, but recognition that it needs to, that we need to find ways of streamlining it, of speeding it up, of improving its the transparency of how it operates. And so if you're saying to me, Chair, that we need to improve our complaints handling process, we're in heated agreement on that. We have started that work. That work has been endorsed by Mr Hodgkinson.
I've only got a couple more questions, and I know my colleagues want to ask questions. I think we are in agreement on that. I guess my question is not, should there be fixes to the complaints project? My question is, Jewish students came to you, they said they're scared, they said they're hiding their identity on campus, took you 6 months to start a process, and then it still is being recommended that it's not fixed yet.
Yeah, I think there are numbers of complex issues in your underpinning your question, Chair. To my mind, I'm not sure that Jewish students not feeling confident to be open and expressing their identity and the complaints process are necessarily the same issues. They are both issues that are particularly important that we need to deal with. What we are keen to do, and we can talk if you like about the important issue of psychosocial safety, which underpins a lot of the work that Mr Hodgkinson has done. We need to create an environment where Jewish students and Jewish staff feel well supported and comfortable to be their full selves in a university environment. Part of that, I think, is confidence around a complaints handling process. We seek to improve that.
I'm only going by what students came to your office with, Professor. You did apologise in the Senate inquiry. Why did you apologise?
Because I think I said it all at the time, Senator.
Forgive me.
Oh, sorry. I've done too many Senate estimates hearings over the last decade, Chair.
I try and avoid them too.
Clearly there have been evidence of anti-Semitism on our university campuses as there have been on our university campus as there have been on other university campuses across Australia and around the world. Any incident is an incident too many. If there were any failures of policy and practice on behalf of the university that contributed to that environment, that is a failure on our behalf. I apologise for that failure.
Do you think that your leadership in engagement with students and listening to their concerns has been adequate?
I do believe that I personally am committed, the executive team and the Senate are committed to an environment that is safe and welcoming for all our students and staff.
That's not what I asked.
No, well, we have listened to them, we have learned from them. The feedback we have received from them has already had an impact on policy positions that we have taken, some of which are quite controversial in a university context. But it was in consultation with Jewish staff and students who made it very clear to me that they really wish for the encampment to be over, that we worked hard to resolve the encampment rather than let it drift on and to bring a peaceable resolution. It was their concerns articulated to us about the difference between demonstrations and disruptions of university life, protests generally about policies or protests that are targeting individuals that help shape the new policy settings that have emerged, numbers of which have been endorsed by Bruce Hodgkinson.
I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair. If you can provide on notice, as per the agreement, the times that you reached out to Jewish students personally and the meetings that you personally had with Jewish students, that would be appreciated, Professor.
Thank you, Chair. Professor Scott, we heard evidence at the Senate committee that you gave evidence to as well. We heard from Gillian Siegel that, in her view, anti-Semitism is systemic and embedded in Australian university campuses. Yeah. Is it systemic and embedded at the University of Sydney?
Well, I hope not. I'd refer to Bruce Hodgkinson's report. We asked for advice on the policies, practices and processes that we have. And there's one comment that I think is a challenging comment from someone who reported to Bruce Hodgkinson, who said anti-Semitism is a light sleeper which has been awoken with vengeance on the University of Sydney campus, often justified under the cover of anti-Zionism and oxygenated under the cover of free speech. But then he goes on to say, that's eloquent, it doesn't reflect the view of all Jewish people, and goes on to another submission that says, I have deep roots in the Australian Jewish community. It is from this position that I write to express my disappointment and frustration at the weaponisation of anti-Semitism accusations to silent forms of protests and critiques that are legitimately pointed. You'll be speaking with Gillian Siegel later in the day. Is anti-Semitism endemic in broader Australian society? If it is, then universities like ours, which are large microcosms of society, there are issues we have to deal with. We have identified there are issues we have to deal with. And what we are seeking to do is to create an environment that is safe and welcoming for all our community and to be vigilant and active at any incidents of anti-Semitism that we find on campus.
Have you failed at the task of creating an environment that's safe and welcoming?
I think this is a challenge for us broadly as a society. If we failed as a society with increased levels of anti-Semitism, it is very challenging. I am heartened by what we have seen on campus in the second half of the year. As I said, the testimony of our staff and students, the complaints that we have received have been significantly reduced. We've listened carefully to advice that we've had on things that we can do to lower levels of risk of where staff and students might feel unsafe or unwelcome or threatened. But are there still incidents of anti-Semitism at the university? There will be moments that we have to deal with, just as there are issues in the broader society.
You've talked about the Hodgkinson report, and I've read it yesterday. It does, talks about the policies and procedures of the university. I would say it doesn't go to criticising any of the failures that you've acknowledged within your evidence at the Senate inquiry. But one aspect of it that I find concerning, the recommendation, the so-called new civility rule. And this rule indicates that, there are some terms, some phrases that are used that require the context of that to be explained. And it's make a recommendation here that when people use a word or phrase, that should be identified to the audience, the context in which it is used, to avoid it being interpreted in a way that would be deemed offensive. Do you consider terms that have been used at your university, like from the river to the sea or intifada, to be anti-Semitic in any context?
The Hodgkinson review makes it clear that context is very important, and what I think you can see. If I go more broadly, there is a significant debate around some of these terms, and what Hodgkinson says, he reinforces what Robert French said in the French review, that there is free speech and there are limits to free speech, and those limits to free speech are imposed by the law overwhelmingly. There isn't a jurisdiction in the country that has banned those phrases. But
do you consider them anti-Semitic?
Well, I think it very much, as Hodgkinson would say, I'd cite Hodgkinson on it. It depends on the context. In every circumstance, there are Jewish academics at our university who would say that they are not. There are others at our university who have experienced them and say that they are. It depends on the context. So can we do
the
work
Prime Minister considers them to be anti-Semitic?
Yeah. The report that we have says it depends on context, and so he's attempting to say, can we have greater clarity around that? I endorse the words and what I've said previously of Rabbi Jill Jacobs, who is quoted in the report, and she speaks at length around this precise issue, that there are different arguments as to meaning. So she says, therefore, it is advisable for anyone who does not want to be viewed as anti-Semitic to avoid this phrase or use it only where there's an opportunity to clarify their meaning. And as is the case of other situations of potential prejudice, the impact is often more important than the intent, as there are many other ways to declare one's commitment to the freedom of Palestinians without suggesting that Israeli Jews should leave. And so this is what I said at the time, earlier in the year. If there is any sense that those phrases could be misinterpreted, perhaps other, more precise language should be used. And so I think this is a complex matter for our university, for all universities. I don't think you'll find a university in the country that has banned that phrase, but there will be circumstances where that phrase is used, where it's used with anti-Semitic intent, and we should be clear and take action on that. So what Mr Hodgkinson has done is attempted to identify a process whereby we could have greater clarity, and that will be complex to implement, but we need to engage substantively with that recommendation.
I'm concerned, Professor Scott, that I'm hearing a bit of equivocation here, and you haven't quite, what I think your university needs at this moment is really strong leadership. And what I'm hearing here is, I'm not necessarily convinced that you've appreciated the scale of the problem that's occurring.
Well, I emphatically reject that view. The Senate of the University of Sydney, the leadership team that I've worked with, my time and engagement has been emphatically engaged around creating a safe and supportive environment at the university and to eliminate anti-Semitism wherever we find it, whilst recognising that we have a unique responsibility to uphold academic freedom and freedom of speech as part of our core responsibility as well. I encourage you to study closely the Hodgkinson Review as he attempts to help us hold that balance, and also to recognise that the laws have changed, particularly around psychosocial safety. So the university needs to change as well in response to that, and to provide us with guidance whereby we can do that.
I'm concerned, Professor Scott, that the anti-Semitism that is taking place on your university campus isn't coming from outside, but is within. Now, you've had the manager of Student Affairs Unit, who was responsible for handling complaints of Jewish students on campus, had to be stood aside from handling these complaints when it emerged that she'd posted anti-Israel content online. You had Tim Anderson, who held a position within your university for 2 decades before being sacked for sharing images of a swastika superimposed on the Israeli flag. He also defended a colleague who wore a badge proclaiming death to Israel. You've recently had discrimination complaints made against 2 of your academics, one of which has been accused of doxing Jewish academics on his social media channels, as well as sharing a Hamas flag on social media. Can you understand that it would appear to your average Australian that your university isn't just a sanctuary for anti-Semitism, but it is actually an incubator of anti-Semitism in this country?
So let's just be clear. There are 100,000 people in the University of Sydney environment. You have referenced 4 individuals. Let's talk about Tim Anderson for a minute. Tim Anderson was pursued legally by the University of Sydney on a process that took 7 years. He was fired for anti-Semitism.
What concerns me is that these people find their way into your organisation to begin with. He was there for 20 years. Well,
what I would say, I believe we're the only university in the country that has fired someone for anti-Semitism. It took vast time, vast legal process, significant expense. We were vigilant right to the very end of that until we finally got legal justice around that case. I think the Anderson case, and much of it took place before I started at the university, I was involved in endorsing the continuation of that process, shows the commitment and the vigilance of the university to pursue cases of anti-Semitism when they emerge. He had the support of the union. He was funded by the union, I understand, in that activity, but we pursued that to the end.
Perhaps I could say something there as someone who was involved in that case in my former role as the Dean of Arts and Social Sciences, and then more latterly as Provost. Our legal advice towards the end of that 7 years was that we had less than a 30% chance of success. We completely disregarded the impact of that, because I had a conversation with Mark in which we agreed that the value that that represented, that the university stood against anti-Semitism and against academic unprofessionalism of every kind, was so important that we were prepared to lose. And I can't speak more strongly about that. I have a lot to do with staff complaints. Not going to speak individually about those cases that you mentioned, but I can assure you that they get treated with the greatest seriousness, and a lot of effort and energy goes into untangling allegations and making proper recommendations and actions on the basis of all of them. So I do reject that representation that somehow Sydney is a crucible for anti-Semitism. I think we have been extremely active and alert in negotiating properly through natural justice channels in order to reach the right outcomes.
Is Professor Keane still employed at the University of Sydney?
To the best of my knowledge, he is.
Does it concern you that a German university raised complaints about his radical views and that he's now ceased employment with that university?
I'll take that on notice.
I think he was employed.
We'll get the detail of that for you.
Okay. Professor Scott, the AUJS has called for you to resign. Many others have as well. By your own admission, you've failed students at your university. Do you think that your position is tenable?
Yes, I do, Deputy Chair, and I believe I operate with the full support of the University of Sydney Senate and the University of Sydney Executive. Like many other universities in the country and around the world, we've been challenged by the events of the year. I believe there is a diligence and a focus at the University of Sydney to deal with the issues that emerge from these challenges. We are hard at work, and in doing so, I am pleased to be able to do so with the strong support of the Chancellor, the Senate and the executive team at the university, and overwhelmingly many staff of the university have reached out to me as well.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Ms Tink or Senator Shoebridge?
Defer to David in the first instance.
Thanks, Guy. Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your evidence from both universities today. And I might address these first questions to both universities. I think we all agree that doing everything we can to tackle anti-Semitism as effectively as possible is a joint responsibility, parliaments, universities, broader community. But a series of submissions to the previous inquiry were to this effect, and I'll read from Dr. Carlin from the UNSW, where she concludes, if we are to address anti-Semitism, it's imperative to work to eradicate all forms of racial prejudice, racism and discrimination, and work together to build institutions in which all our rights are protected. That's mirrored by Dr. Reamer from Sydney University, who says racism should be opposed universally. Anti-Semitism, anti-Asian racism, Islamophobia and racism against First Nations people are all equally intolerable and must be combated together. I might go first to UTS because we haven't heard much from you. Do you agree with that concept of combating these appalling instances of discrimination together?
Senator, I think that's right. We've taken the stance at UTS over many years that racism is not welcome, and we built both a set of policies and frameworks around that approach. But fundamentally, the policies and the frameworks support the conversations with staff and students. It's relationship-based, and that's the way we deal with it at UTS to enculturate really a view that it shouldn't. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It doesn't mean it doesn't occur, but we tackle it through dialogue, through understanding the concerns of various parties, and mostly, as I said in my opening statement, those relationships have proved to be strong to deal with the majority of instances that we've seen.
I think I'd also agree we need to look at this together. I think the Monash work that we've heard about, that is working together on anti-Semitism, on Islamophobia. It's being planned and executed together. And similarly, the Provost can speak about the work we're doing at the university in this way too.
Well, maybe just because we've got a short amount of time, I might just focus it a little.
Would be a unit of study that we are
Provost,
offering.
we just have limited time, and I'm not trying to cut you off, but just to focus the response. So because we have limited time, the concern is siloed work on anti-Semitism as opposed to collective work, as both those academics said, of combating these issues together. Can you address that?
My example goes directly to the heart of that. So the example I'd give from the University of Sydney is where academics from two discipline groups, Hebrew, Jewish and Biblical Studies on the one hand, Arabic language and cultures and history on the other, have collaborated together to offer an undergraduate unit of study which traces histories of conflict from the Ottoman Empire forward to the contemporary moment, because one of the things we recognise is education is transformative in its forceful good and can actually bring a space together where people of even however opposing viewpoints can have some empathetic engagement with each other in an academic context. And to be really frank, I think that's often much more moving and culturally significant than sort of shouting at each other with megaphones.
The other thing
But it's not a dichotomy, is it?
Yeah, but the other thing I'd add that's quite important in engagement I've had with Jewish students, with Muslim students at the university, there might well be some clear principles that knit these things together, but people want to feel like, understand you're listening to them, you're listening to their own lived experience, and their lived experience will be quite different in some circumstances. So I think you've got to be able to do both. You've got to be able to knit it together where possible, to listen carefully and empathetically to different experiences and to work out whether you have the engagement in place. And so as I understand it, the Envoy against Islamophobia, the Envoy against anti-Semitism, they will be doing separate work, but they'll also be engaging and working together, and we're engaging with both.
Have your institutions engaged with Jewish academics who have shown solidarity with the Palestinian struggle, who have felt isolated and marginalised? Have you reached out to those academics?
Yes.
Yes.
And what have they said to you about their experiences?
That they often feel very torn, conflicted, visible to the point of vulnerability.
Well, I asked the previous witnesses to respond to one example that really struck me from the submissions. And again, it's Dr. Carlin from UNSW, and she said this: since October 7, 2023, I've had one experience of anti-Semitism on campus. This occurred during a Palestine solidarity protest organised by Students for Palestine, at which I was one of the speakers. While we held our peaceful protest, a group of Jewish Zionist people, including students, walked up to us in an intimidating way, wrapped in Israeli flags. One of these people performed the Sig Heil gesture at our Palestinian solidarity gathering, with a clear implication that we were Nazis or sympathetic to Nazis. Such views are anathema to a proudly Jewish woman like myself and the other Jewish speaker, a student at the university, and at the very least insulting to the non-Jewish attendees. As one of the speakers, I felt directly targeted by this clear act of anti-Semitism by supporters of Israel. First of all, do you accept that that is an act of anti-Semitism which should have no place on any of your campuses?
Pardon me. Absolutely. I think any sense that people don't feel that they can engage in their academic work and the discourse, in whichever form it takes, we need to act against those.
I think it goes to, one of the things that we're trying to work through here. There will be protests that staff and students want to make against the university, against decisions made by Australian governments, about decisions that are being made internationally. Part of the challenge is, can you create space for those protests whilst people in our community do not feel individually targeted and threatened? And I think that testimony is an example of someone who feels personally targeted and threatened as part of the demonstration process. So we are trying to create practices where that is not that is not tolerated. We have met. One of the things I've heard from some of these groups that you identify, Senator, is a sense of the complexity of the Jewish experience, I think, in Australia and even on campus.
Yeah,
and
it's definitely not monolithic.
A sense of don't speak, there's a bit of a sense of don't speak for me, let me speak for my own experience, and do not be too broad in your depictions of the Jewish experience, recognising that there will be specific points of engagement and specific points of experience.
There have been very real concerns raised by a broad range of stakeholders about the way in which this civility rule is going to be implemented at Sydney University. And the recommendation that came from the review was, it included a failure to conduct a lecture, seminar, tutorial or meeting which takes place with any of the university's facility in accordance with the new civility rule should be recognised as misconduct and treated accordingly. I'll just read you some of the criticisms that have been expressed about it. Sarah Schwartz, a legal director at the Human Rights Law Centre, said that the recommendations, and I quote, risk making the University of Sydney one of the most restrictive university campuses for peaceful protest and free speech in the country. We hold particular concerns about the incredibly broad and ill-defined civility rule. And further went on and said the impact of such a rule on staff and students from racialised backgrounds who are more likely to be perceived as offensive or uncivil was of concern. The president of the NTEU, Dr. Barnes, said the measures would have a chilling effect on all protests, including union activity. And David Brophy, a senior history lecturer from your own institution, said the review's proposals banned basic forms of political expression on campus and described the new civility rule as utterly bizarre and unworkable. And I'll finish with this. He says, are academics really expected to explain the context of every word and phrase they use? A vague rule like this will most likely be wielded selectively against those who speak up for Palestine. How is the civility rule going to work in the context of giving lectures, for example?
Well, I suppose, as I said earlier to the Chair, this report has landed this week. We've been briefed on it. Work now needs to be done on how it would work in practice. I would say that the principles of civility are already embedded in our student codes and in our staff codes. The imperative that Mr Hodgkinson suggested, can we be clear on our intent? Again, I think that there is merit involved in that, but I think we need to do some more work on this report and to think it through, and I'd say we're only 48 hours in. I'm reminded of a line I think that was attributed to Michael Kirby, who said, in Australia you always get the reaction before you get the reform. So I suspect, I see people have read the report. There are questions around how that civility rule would work in practice. Let's do a bit of thinking and work on that.
The concerns flow from the fact that it's already been accepted in principle by the Senate, and phrases like, for example, contested words and phrases. What does contested words and phrases mean? Where's the beginning and the end of that definition?
Let's do some work on it. I think there will be some opportunities for some consultation and engagement around this. The idea, though, as raised in the report, that civility needs to be part of the tone of debate and discussion at the university is not a new principle. The fact, I mean, a lawyer like you, Senator Shoebridge, I mean, I think...
Well, that's why I'm asking about the actual meaning of words. You've adopted in principle the concept that contested words and phrases need to be made clear and explained, and I'm thinking that's actually the university's work to discuss contested words and phrases. That's actually the daily job of academics every day, in every lecture, in every work.
So let's have, I mean, but I think what you also can see in this report is a recognition of the changing legal landscape that the university is operating in, with legislation that's been passed by this Parliament and also the New South Wales Parliament to put a requirement of psychosocial safety on the operations. The fact that lack of clarity has given rise to circumstances where some people would testify that they have felt unsafe and unwelcome means that pursuit of clarity where possible is worthwhile, and to be able to disagree well, as we've talked about today, civil engagement should be a core of how people can disagree. And so we're being urged to think further and more deeply on that, and that's the work that will now be ongoing.
I asked what you meant, or what the Senate, the governing body of the university, intended when they accepted in principle that anyone lecturing, doing a seminar, doing a tutorial, having a meeting anywhere on university needed to, and I'll quote, make the meaning of contested words and phrases clear to the audience. What does the university mean by contested words and phrases? And I haven't had any clarity yet.
Well,
to be clear, the Senate approved in principle, accepted in principle, and enjoined the Vice-Chancellor to conduct consultation broadly as to how these things might best evolve. So, which is not the same as to say, yes, has rubber stamped each one and sees it can be, rolled out effectively. I agree with you that universities are places where, contestation is the daily discussion, which is why that's a perfectly appropriate thing to think of based on campus life.
To be quite frank, I'm still no clearer, and I'll give you a last opportunity to.
Well, we need to do work on it. I mean, I think that's what we've said. It's been agreed in principle. We now need to do work on it. I think what you can see, though, over the last year, there has been significant debate around what has been said and uses of language. What I hear from Hodgkinson is a call for clarity, for people to be more precise, particularly in these issues that are highly sensitive. Particularly in these areas that are highly sensitive, to tread carefully, because there is now a high bar around psychosocial safety. Let's engage with each other civilly. Let's be careful in what we say. Let's create an environment where free speech can flourish.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm super conscious of time, so I want to thank you both for being here today. And actually, it is a question to you both, probably phrased slightly differently. And I might start. Are you satisfied that in your universities at the moment, anti-Semitism is recognised when it presents itself?
Yes, I believe so. I believe it is. And as the comment before, it's recognised in the context of the wide range of manifestations of other behaviours that are unacceptable in the environment.
Yes, I do.
How do you measure it?
So for us, if I might, as I tried to convey earlier on, the process by which we measure the number of instances that come through a complaints process or a sense has been less valuable to us than the engagement that we've had with the various groups and their understanding of the environment in which they sense the manifestation of anti-Semitism, even if it is not according to a definition as anti-Semitism. Still doesn't mean that people don't believe that they are being targeted because they're Jewish. And those conversations where it's possible, where an incident has occurred, our approach has been to try and broker a relationship to increase understanding and find a solution. And then as a last resort, to go through the processes that we have, whether it's a complaints or disciplinary process, and run that way.
We'd have a number of measures that we would look at. I think volume of student complaints is certainly one, and I think I've been heartened by the very significant reduction that we've seen, but we have a range of other processes we put in place as well. So our security teams are monitoring the physical environment of the campus every day, a number of sweeps through a day. So are we taking down posters because we're concerned that they may be anti-Semitic? We have a famous graffiti tunnel at the University of Sydney that Senator Shoebridge would remember. It was there when I was a student as well. We're monitoring that every day to see if there's any graffiti that's put up that could be interpreted as anti-Semitic, and we kind of monitor these trend lines over time too. So, Professor Scott, are you... one of the things that strikes me is that you can get a reduction in the rate of reports from one of two consequences. Yeah. One is people feel they're being heard and actions taken, and there is a reduction in the presence of it. Two is people feel like they're actually getting nowhere and there's no point in complaining anymore. Are you, have you got evidence to show that your reduction in reports is actually because the experience of students and staff has improved, or what evidence do you use to base? So I think that's true, but what kind of we are looking at is the kinds of issues that were giving rise to those complaints in first semester compared to now, and overwhelmingly they were driven by activities in and around the encampment. Concern at the encampment's presence, concern at some protests and chants that happened on the back of the encampment and other activities in and around the encampment. So that's what the focus was, and in fact many of the complaints were generalised environmental kind of complaints rather than specific personal experiences, if I can put it that way, what was specifically said to an individual. So I think as we monitor that over time, I think we can be heartened by the reduction of complaints, but we're vigilant on all of these matters too. And as we've said throughout, the university is a microcosm of broader society. Clearly there are issues with anti-Semitism in broader society. The university is vigilant about any outbreaks of anti-Semitism on the university campus. Yeah, I guess I would just, one of the things
I think we should also acknowledge is that frequently the people who complain are going to be the smallest, they're the pointy end of the sword. You know, there's a lot of people that will have experiences and they won't complain. So I think it would be really interesting for me and perhaps for you to provide advice to this committee about what proactive measures beyond simple complaints you are putting in place on your campuses to actually measure the temperature across your student body and within your academic body.
Happy to do that.
That would be really good. And then I would finally, the other thing I'd be really interested in is taking on board the comments you've made a couple of times about universities in and of themselves are microcosms of the wider society, and I accept that assertion. At the same time, as someone who has children at university at the moment, I know how influential you are in shaping their mindsets coming back out in the other way. So I would be very interested in, as you make your submissions, understanding what it is that you are doing on your campuses to try and address what may be happening in other places such as this building when it comes to discussions around, you know, racism and that sort of behaviour, because ultimately you are, while you reflect what's happening on the outside, you have a massive power to change the mindset of the next generation. So it would be very useful for me to understand that within the context of this too.
I'll include that in the submission.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there are, to be frank, there are a range of other questions that we haven't yet had time to. So perhaps we'll discuss amongst the committee, but we may make a further invitation to invite the university back to the committee. We are going to be holding further hearings, so the committee will potentially reach out for further questions. I will also make the point that I think it's really important that members and senators are able to ask questions uninterrupted, and I appreciate the way in which members and senators have conducted this thus far. But for the purposes of Hansard and for this inquiry, Senator Shoebridge, the two examples that you've been citing, one is for Scholar Reimer, who, or I'm not sure if he's a professor, but he currently has a class action of anti-Semitism against him currently, and obviously I don't want to cut across that, but I think it is important to note that one of the examples that you're citing is also the subject of a class action of anti-Semitism against them, as well as Jewish students, while absolutely not condoning any of the behaviour that what you're alleging was being read out, obviously is unacceptable, but the anti-Semitism that you're citing apparently was conducted by other Jewish students. The two of them, I think, would be important to note for Hansard.
I think that was made clear in the example.
Yeah. And on that note, the committee asked the questions taken on notice are provided to the committee secretariat by close of business 13 December 2024. The committee will now pause for a moment before we have our next representatives come on board. And first of all, apologies for the slight delay. We're running a little bit behind, but there's been lots to discuss, as I'm sure you've been following, so let's get underway. I now welcome representatives from the Executive Council of Australian Jury and the Zionist Federation of Australia via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? And on our left is Mr Wertheim, so we can start with you.
Peter Wertheim, I'm the co-CEO of the Executive Council of Australian Jury.
Simone Abel, I'm Head of Legal of the Executive Council of Australian Jury.
Alon Casuto, CEO of the Zionist Federation of Australia.
Welcome to all of you. I now invite each organisation to make an opening statement, and at the conclusion of that we'll open up for a discussion, and we'll start with the ECAJ.
Thank you very much. We would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands which we meet on today and to pay our respects to all elders past and present and to the children of today who are the elders of our future. This inquiry is a crucial step for the Australian Jewish community in seeking practical changes to address anti-Jewish conduct at universities, which have sadly become normalised. Anti-Semitism on university campuses is not a new phenomenon, and it's certainly not news to universities. We and Jewish student groups and academic staff have been warning of its increase for several years. However, acts of Jew hatred have markedly escalated over the past year. In the university context, the majority of these have gone unreported and, from the complainants' perspectives, unresolved. The recent Senate inquiry on this topic has shown that only by shining a light on this problem can we achieve meaningful change. Since then, there has been some positive progress, but the problem stubbornly persists, and we are here to make practical recommendations about how to tackle it so that Jewish students, staff, and academics don't have to study or work from the confines of their homes, face hateful targeting and silencing or discriminatory conduct. Our recommendations focus on the legal, regulatory and policy environment in which universities operate, the rules of civil discourse, complaints handling processes and the training of those who administer complaints, the training and educating of university executives and academic staff about how to identify and deal with anti-Semitism, the remit and resourcing of the National Student Ombudsman to handle anti-Semitism complaints, the setting up of a national database and hotline for racist incidents and discourse, and steps that the government can take to reduce the risk of foreign interference in the university sector and to protect our universities from attempts to erode and undermine our democratic values. Knowledge is power. When universities call out anti-Semitism for what it is, a type of racism, and show that they will not tolerate it, then things will change because anti-Semitism will stop being socially acceptable. Diagnosis is the first step in treatment. This committee has an important role to play in making practical changes to turn the tide. There are matters which it won't be able to expose, and for those, we still ask for a judicial inquiry. What protects Jews at universities protects all students and staff and our centres of learning. Free speech is not just for those with one perspective and in positions of power. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll hand over to the ZFA.
Committee, as mentioned, I'm Alon Casuto. I'm the CEO of the Zionist Federation of Australia, and the ZFA is an elected representative body of the Australian Jewish community. I seek to table a page of recommendations from the ZFA. Committee, it's now been 70 days since I appeared, Jewish students and staff and other Jewish organisations appeared, and the government-appointed Antisemitism Envoy appeared before the Parliament to outline in agonising detail the widespread violent, hostile and anti-Semitic incidents that have taken over our university campuses, and we unanimously called for a judicial inquiry into anti-Semitism on campuses. Yet here we are, 2 months later, having exactly the same discussion, and we are still no closer to making university campuses safer for Jewish students and staff. In fact, since we last appeared, we saw one of the most reprehensible examples of anti-Semitism when the office of a Jewish physics professor at Melbourne University was ransacked by masked assailants. So firstly, the ZFA continues to recommend, alongside with the ECAJ, that a judicial inquiry into anti-Semitism on campuses be established. Secondly, we recommend that universities be required to implement measures to practically improve the conditions for all Jewish students and staff. Some of the recommendations we make, for example, are mandatory annual anti-Semitism training for all staff, faculty, and senior leadership. That all universities adopt the IRA working definition on anti-Semitism. The prohibition of encampments as a form of protest on any university campus. The prohibition against any form of protest within a university building. That individuals who are not enrolled as students be prohibited from participating in these protests except with prior approval from university administration. That behaviours such as the removal of posters of hostages taken by Hamas on October 7th, the display of posters containing anti-Semitic content, the removal of Israeli flags and support for Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis or any other terrorist organisation be considered anti-Semitic behaviours by all universities. And finally, given that a vast majority of Australian Jews and Jewish students and staff identify as Zionists, universities should update their policies that students cannot be shielded by using Zionist as a substitute or code word for Jew or Israeli. And this is precisely what New York University has implemented effectively. It defies belief that Deakin University protesters were allowed to chant F off Zionists and F off Zionist scum and F you Zionist dogs, and that there has been no ramifications to this behaviour. University leadership must be held to account for fostering an environment where a lack of disciplinary action has emboldened students to think that they can do and say whatever they want with no repercussions. Until this lack of leadership is appropriately addressed and universities implement effective policies to stamp out this behaviour, it's almost impossible to conceive that there will be meaningful change on campuses. Committee, I said it in the last parliamentary hearing and I will say it again. No other minority would be expected to put up with the sheer scale of hatred that we've witnessed at our universities. Right now, university campuses are quiet. Students on their summer breaks, but we should not be lulled into a sense of security that this crisis has somehow magically disappeared. These campuses all across Australia continue to be a tinderbox. The committee is proposing to issue its report at the end of March. We absolutely do not think that this timeline is appropriate, given the urgency of this crisis and the fact that students will begin to return to campuses as early as February without any meaningful change to the university environment. Committee, the ZFA has outlined today some very practical recommendations that universities should be encouraged to adopt, but we still stand resolute in our belief that a judicial inquiry is the most appropriate mechanism to address anti-Semitism on campuses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Casuto. Just by way of housekeeping, is someone happy to move that the document be agreed to by the committee? Yes. Deputy Chair? Happy to move that. All those in favour, against, carried. Okay. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Casuto, but obviously the ECAJ can please add to this answer. You referred to in your opening remarks about leadership. What do you think is reasonable expectations of engagement by Vice-Chancellors themselves to engage with Jewish students and staff? Should they be meeting regularly? Should they be overseeing processes? What's your sense of what the minimum standards of engagement by Vice-Chancellors need to be? And are there any examples you think that haven't met to those standards?
Well, Chair, earlier you mentioned the survey that was conducted in 2023. That survey found that a majority of Jewish students had experienced anti-Semitism in some way, shape or form, and at some campuses it was over 70 and 80%. Meeting with Jewish students and staff to hear about their experience is a minimum expectation. It's a baseline, it's a hygiene factor. Actually being able to act on what you learn in meeting with Jewish students and staff and implement policies and procedures that protect Jewish students and staff is what we expect of leadership. And unfortunately, that's been sorely lacking. And so while consultation and discussions and hearing from Jewish students and staff is absolutely part of the role of university leadership, that's only where it starts. And we believe there's been an absolute absence of strong leadership across the university system, and it's taken pretty severe interventions like this one and others to even have university leadership answerable and be able to really explain why it is that the hostile environment on campuses is only getting worse and not getting better. So we're of the view that university leadership should be enacting the best practice measures that we set out. We're of the view that there should be an independent body that can review whether they've acted in a professional enough manner and addressed hostilities. And also we're concerned that students don't have faith in university leadership or in the university system to address any of their complaints. And so part of what we're concerned about is that a majority of students don't even report the anti-Semitism that they experience. And so part of it is restoring faith in university leadership and the university system and addressing this in a systemic manner.
Thank you, Mr. Cassuto. Ms. Abel or Mr. Wertheim, anything you wish to add to that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge that you have received our submission, which was sent yesterday.
It's in front of me right now.
It's a quite detailed submission. It has 10 recommendations, which I would commend to you. I don't expect there'll be time to get through all of them today. We're available for consultation if that's necessary. In terms of engagement, I don't, with respect, think that's the issue. University students and staff have had engagement with senior executives at universities for as long as I can remember. I have personally attended many of those meetings with them, with vice-chancellors and other senior executives. And the sorts of issues that we are now talking about have been raised over a period of years. They are not new. What's new is the scale and the severity of the issues, not their nature. And so the issue is not so much the accessibility and the engagement, it's what consequent action the universities have taken or have failed to take following such engagement. That's something that, in my experience, the universities have conspicuously failed to do. They have made the right noises, they've heard concerns and complaints from students and staff sympathetically, but and frankly, that's the reason we're in the situation we are today. So it's not just a question of engagement, it's a question of follow through.
So on that first,
if I may, Chair,
please.
The statistics, which I think is incredibly telling to support Peter's point, is that 85% of students surveyed, and this is a very wide-ranging survey across universities, 85% did not submit a complaint, and over half of them said that they didn't think it would make a difference. So what we're hearing there is that there's no faith that having consultation and complaining will actually make a difference. So the issue there is action, not consultation, is what's going to lead to a restored faith in the system and in leadership.
So let's dive into this one more layer deeper. And Mr. Wertheim, you mentioned around consequences and confidence of students to make complaints and actions by universities. Your first recommendation was that universities mitigate the risk of recurrence of complaints by publishing de-identified periodic reports of actions taken in response to complaints about racism, including anti-Semitism. And Mr. Cassuto, in yours, you mentioned that there be a thorough examination of university complaints procedures to determine how to improve students' confidence in making complaints. So clearly there is, a crisis in confidence here. But if you can elaborate as to why these recommendations are so essential, what are the sorts of changes you want to see, and what sort of complaints processes do we need to make sure universities are implementing and reviewing and publicly being transparent about it?
The example we gave in our submission, Mr. Chairman, was an incident that occurred a few months ago at the University of Sydney, and it concerned an academic who had made a series of statements to her own students in lectures. So it was formally incorporated into the education process, and they were statements that were plainly of a propagandistic nature. They were statements that denied that there had been any rapes or other atrocities committed by Hamas on the 7th of October last year. The particulars of the propaganda are really secondary. It's critical that that sort of propagandistic statement was made by a senior academic to students in the course of the education process. And the university itself found that there had been misconduct and the academic concerned was reprimanded. But the details were not published in any way, shape or form. There was not even a de-identified statement from the university explaining the nature of the circumstances and the findings that the university had made. So that figure has two effects. Firstly, it means that other academics are not made aware that this sort of conduct is unacceptable and has been found to be unacceptable by the university. Secondly, the students who were in that class are probably none the wiser. And I guess there's a third issue as well, and that is students more generally, particularly Jewish students, don't have the reassurance that such a report would have provided them, that they will be heeded and acted upon. That's what's been missing, and that's why we made that recommendation.
And just to add to that, Mr. Chairman, the Hodgkinson Review report, which has just been released, which we commend to the committee to look at, in that, Sergeant talks about this exact issue and the failure to have deterrence of any kind across the University of Sydney, but that's an issue we've observed more generally. And there's a siloing of complaints as well, which leads to this problem. So in that report, he's recommended more centralised approaches to complaint handling. And that's something that I think we would endorse, because at the moment there's many different complaints channels. There doesn't seem to be a lot of crossover or communication. There's highly complex policies. There's the international law, and unfortunately the students get lost in that, and the people who are impacted by this conduct often don't get any kind of answer or update as to what's happened in relation to a complaint.
Mr. Casuto.
Chair, our recommendations are based in are steeped in practicality. We're being pragmatic about what's actually going to make Jewish students and staff safe on campuses. A recommendation of mandatory annual anti-Semitism training for all staff, faculty and senior leadership recognises, as the Vice-Chancellor of Sydney University said just before, there are tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people on campuses, and many of them are not necessarily aware of what is and isn't anti-Semitism. As a result, someone may hear "FU dirty Jew" and understand that that is anti-Semitism, but "FU dirty Zionist," it may not understand that that is anti-Semitism, even though the vast majority of Jews are Zionists. And so there is a need to educate there about what anti-Semitism is and how to combat it through education. That's why we're asking for the adoption of the IRA working definition, which is widely regarded as the most effective definition in stamping out anti-Semitism. It's acknowledged and recognised and adopted by governments and some universities in Australia. We believe that all universities should adopt it and would benefit from it. The prohibition of encampments as a form of protest, because we know that they are the most intimidating and disruptive form of protest that we witnessed earlier this year, and that they were often also places that made it difficult for students to be able to have a normal and safe environment within university campuses. We also saw Melbourne University have a building taken over for a week, and so we're saying protesting within university buildings, which fundamentally disrupts the ability of students to go to class, to feel safe, both psychologically and physically, those are problematic. We're calling for the individuals who are not enrolled as students to be prohibited from participating in protests, because some of the most vile insults and assaults that we saw on university campuses were not actually by students. We saw members of the extremist Islamist group Hizb ut-Tahrir, which is a terrorist organisation in other jurisdictions, come onto campus and really inflame extremism. We saw alleged kidnappers on campus hurling abuse at Jewish students. And so we're saying there's no room for extremists who are not even students to come onto campus and inflame the situation. We also recognise that there is currently a need to really step up strong leadership across campuses and make certain terms unacceptable. So when someone says F off Zionists or FU Zionist dogs, this is code word for F off Jews and FU Jewish dogs. And we say that that is completely unacceptable and the university should act strongly. And we've seen weakness. We saw an ANU student who basically endorsed Hamas and was expelled from campus, have that expulsion reviewed and their enrolment reinstated. We saw students who performed Nazi salutes on the ANU student union meeting have no consequences as a result of that. So there are students who've engaged in the most extreme form of abuse, and they've not suffered consequences. And the message that sends is simply that we pay platitudes and we talk about stopping anti-Semitism, but when it comes to it, we allow anti-Semites to essentially get away with absolutely anything.
So I'm going to ask one more question, then I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair. And obviously, there is a lot more content in here, and especially in the recommendations and the submission of the ECAJ goes into a lot of detail. But on this, something that you both touch on is this idea of a definition and understanding anti-Semitism. I guess two parts that I would like your contributions on. One is, I mean, also for the record, I am the Parliamentary Chair of the Friends of IRA, so I'm familiar with this definition and have been requesting universities adopt it for years now, along with my co-chairs, the member for Barrow and the member for Wentworth. But one of the misconceptions or one of the misunderstandings about IRA is around this ability to have a free and democratic conversation about Israel, about the ability to criticise Israel freely, and how that does not interfere with academic freedom or freedom of speech or anything else like that, that it, in fact, as a democracy and as any other democracy, that sort of criticism is explicitly permitted in the IRA definition. Interested in your thoughts on that, but also more broadly, the comment around how important it is for universities to have a definition to be able to understand anti-Semitism in itself. Obviously, there is complaint processes that have to be adopted around it. But two questions. One is around the specifics of the IRA definition, and then more broadly, the importance of a definition itself.
Yeah, perhaps I could begin, Mr. Chair. It's of critical importance. I mean, we have also recommended that in our submission. It's recommendation 2. And that's allied with the broader recommendation about education and training about anti-Semitism, which is our recommendation 7. The IRA definition was relatively uncontroversial for most of its life. It then became the subject of a concerted campaign by opponents of the definition, I guess, opponents of more broadly of Israel, to try to discredit the definition because of some of the examples it includes. And that campaign took the form of mischaracterising and misrepresenting what is in the definition itself. There are all sorts of subtleties, nuances and qualifications in the definition which were elided by those who sought to discredit. And I would commend the extended analysis of the definition that is contained in our submission. I don't want to repeat everything we've said there because it would take too long. But there has since been, and just over the last month or so, there has since been a new handbook published by the Canadian government, which actually sets out in some detail an analysis of the definition, what it means, what it doesn't mean. And it is an official Canadian government resource, which I would commend to you. I think, as we've recommended in our submission, it would be wonderful if the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism could develop an Australian version that is similar to it. and it dispels all of those concerns about how the definition might be used to stifle criticism of Israel. It shows that that is absolutely not the case. The definition deals specifically with the denial of the collective right of the Jewish people to self-determination, which is a very different thing from Israeli government policies and actions and so on, which can be criticised in the same way as any other government, as the definition itself states. So that's a very important point, and I think a very important resource that could be used, officially endorsed by the Canadian government, which is a government that we often take our lead from, and I think that could be developed in Australia. The second point about the need for a definition, and that comes back to the point about education, arises, I think, from this fact, Mr. Chair, and this is a critical point, because universities are not alone in being confused about anti-Semitism. Our own Australian Human Rights Commission, frankly, is equally confused, as are other human rights agencies. The current academic wisdom, and I use the word in quote marks, is that racism consists exclusively of abuse that occurs as a consequence of social disadvantage and power imbalances. Now, there are, of course, many forms of racism for which that proposition is true. I don't deny that, and it's quite useful in those contexts. But that kind of concept of racism is not only inapplicable to anti-Semitism, it is positively an impediment in understanding anti-Semitism, which has a completely different history, a different dynamic. And that is what university administrators and those who are charged with administering the processing of complaints often fail to understand. I can tell you, and I don't think he would mind, when we met with Bruce Hodgkinson in the context of the Sydney University inquiry, he asked me that very question about the Jewish people. He said, you know, you're a faith community, yet you're also an ethnic community. How does that work? It seems to be unlike any other community. That's not entirely true. There are other groups that are both. But we had a very interesting conversation about that. And if even someone as learned as Mr. Hodgkinson was unclear about that, you can understand how problematic that is when it comes to university administrators and complaints handlers, and even the Human Rights Commission, in understanding this very elementary fact that is critical to an understanding of anti-Semitism.
Mr. Cassuto.
Thanks, Chair. Fundamentally, this is not about in any way curtailing free speech. This is about stopping hate speech and hate on campuses. And we're firmly of the view that the IRA definition, which is embraced on a bipartisan basis by federal government, by the New South Wales government, the Victorian government, Monash University, Melbourne University, it's adopted widely around the world, in Europe, in the United States. FIFA has adopted it to stop anti-Semitism in football. There's a wide range of cases where the IRA definition has practically helped understand what is and is not anti-Semitism. It's very clear from the IRA definition that criticism of Israeli government policy is not inherently anti-Semitic. It is also very clear that phrases like all Zionists are terrorists or Israel should cease to exist is inherently anti-Semitic. So claims to the contrary are just willfully ignorant. And what we're asking for is that there's consistency in application across universities, and that there is an understanding that without agreement on the bare basics of what is anti-Semitism, it makes it very difficult to prosecute any case of what is anti-Semitism, but also makes it very difficult for university staff and leaders to have guidelines. And so what we're saying is, as a baseline, understanding and adopting what is anti-Semitism would be a good starting point. Beyond that, there must be a whole series of principles and guidelines that come off the back of that are consistently enforced, because I think there is also a long list of examples where existing policies and procedures were not properly enforced, and that's allowed those who contravene these existing rules and regulations to essentially peddle anti-Semitism and get away with it. And we think that that's where strong leadership it has an important role to play.
I'm going to hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And can I start by thanking the witnesses for all the work they've been doing in this important area over so many months. I want to get your views. My committee colleagues would be aware of my position and the Coalition's position that we didn't want to undertake this inquiry as a committee inquiry, as has been requested by the Attorney-General. We wanted to have a independent judicial inquiry, and that was what the dissenting report into the Senate committee from my Coalition colleagues said. Why did your groups think that that was important to undertake it as a judicial inquiry, independent of this building? And would you like to see an inquiry of that nature proceed, irrespective of the fact that we're now inquiring into it as part of our work as the Human Rights Committee?
I might start with this one, if I may, Peter. Listen, we absolutely stand by the call for a judicial inquiry, and I think we saw that universally, from the government's own special envoy to students, staff, and of course the representative Jewish bodies like ourselves and the ECAJ. And the reason for that is that we're facing a crisis of anti-Semitism right across our university system. And this is a systemic problem. We know because it didn't start on October 7th, it just got significantly worse. Our survey, which was conducted before October 7th, in 2023, we showed that these are systemic problems across universities and that a majority of students have in some way, shape or form experienced anti-Semitism, but worse than that, they had no faith in the system to be able to address the anti-Semitism they had experienced. We can't rely on individual universities and their leaderships to address this deeply rooted systemic problem. We've seen this issue become extremely politicised, with members of certain parties and even members of this committee having very strong views that they understand anti-Semitism better than the students and community that have experienced it, and encouraging and supporting the very protests and encampments that have caused this crisis in the first place. So a judicial inquiry takes the politics out of it, and it's fundamental in having this issue seriously addressed. It would be a first step towards addressing something that university and government have failed to address now for a number of years. And it has to be stressed that this judicial inquiry is not demanding something unreasonable. It's simply demanding that there be a deep and independent probe into what has now been proven to be an extremely consistent and systemic problem across all university campuses, making it untenable for a minority in the Jewish students and staff to feel psychologically and physically safe on campuses. No other minority would be expected to tolerate this, and that's why we think this crisis demands a very, very serious response in the form of a judicial inquiry.
If we could just add very quickly to that, Mr. Chair, I'll ask my colleague to address the question.
Thanks, Deputy Chair, and we appreciate your calls for support for the judicial inquiry. I think we'd just like to say that the scope of the judicial inquiry makes it somewhat distinct from this parliamentary inquiry, as well as the control of the judge in running that and the depoliticisation of the subject matter that would be offered by a judicial inquiry, which would also result in a feeling of the impacted communities of justice being seen to be done and not being a political football in this exercise. And the other thing about a judicial inquiry is it would be more likely to prevent political grandstanding, just the nature of it, how it would be run. And, we have also in our submission addressed issues around protection of witnesses and they bring to this. And then, of course, there is the foreign interference point, which you'll see dealt with in our final recommendation. And the thing I would say on that is that the ECAJ and various other organisations and individuals have sought consistently over a very long period to try and obtain information about the extent to which there is foreign interference in the university sector. And we're certainly not the only ones doing that. There have been guidelines, obviously, to counter foreign interference. There have been recommendations made by a parliamentary committee. And unfortunately, what we see is that when we do get returns on freedom of information requests, they are by and large redacted and no useful information comes to light. And I think, the scope of this particular parliamentary inquiry, with great respect, is such that it won't be able to fully delve into those sorts of issues. So we maintain that there is a need for a judicial inquiry in that regard and many others.
Thank you, Ms Zabel. I just want to build off sorry, was there further comment there? No, sorry.
Gremlin in the system.
That's all right. I just want to build off something that Mr Cassuto mentioned before about how many in the Jewish community simply have no faith in the system now, and I think that's largely the big challenge here, because we can set up as strong of a systems as we like around complaints, but if people don't have, and I mentioned the example earlier of the University of Sydney having to stand aside a staff member who had engaged in activity on social media that would suggest that they had a prejudicial view around complaints of anti-Semitism. I don't want to dive into that example too much, but just the idea that we've got people who don't want to engage with the system because they don't trust it inherently. And we've heard from the universities today, and we'll hear from more in our other hearings. I don't think I'm being unfair in suggesting that their approach is, that they feel as if that anti-Semitism is a broader community problem that is just happening to impact on the universities. My suggestion to Professor Scott, which he didn't accept, was that these universities have actually become seedbeds of anti-Semitic thought in this country. I'd be very interested to get your perspectives on that. Is this something that's, it is a broader societal problem, and it's not something the universities have created. It's a long historical problem. But what's your sense of my proposition that it's in these universities that this is actually being incubated? To use the words the University of Sydney provost said, they're not the crucible, was how she suggested it, but I suggest they may well be. What's your take on that?
I'm broadly in agreement with yours, Mr Deputy Chair. There's no doubt that anti-Semitism has become an enormous problem on our campuses, particularly over the last 13 months. But as I said earlier, it's not a new problem. It's one that has been evolving for some time. And this is not confined to campuses in Australia. It's a phenomenon across much of the Western world. And it is part of a broader intellectual trend. And these intellectual trends come and go. I've seen them many times in my lifetime, which are essentially positive against liberal democratic values and our liberal democratic way of life. Now, to some extent, of course, it is the very essence of the function of universities to call into question prevailing wisdoms and prevailing values and so on. That much is not in contest. But what we have often seen, and you can go right back to the Cold War, where universities were advocating one form or another of a communist way of life, and then when the Cold War ended, we saw the postmodernist movement. Now we've got critical race theory. All of these intellectual trends come and go. They are all positive against our general values and our way of life. But in the last little while, not just the last 12 or 13 months, but I would say certainly the last 20 or 25 years, they have become focused in a very unhealthy way on Israel as a kind of paradigm for the contest between liberal democratic societies and ways of life against whatever non-democratic values and forms of society are being advocated. Israel's become a kind of catalyst or litmus test for that sort of discourse. And it's not entirely unexpected, but very sad that as part of that intellectual process, demonisation of Jewish people who are overwhelmingly supportive of Israel and whose objective interests demand that they are supportive of a Jewish state because it is the actualisation of a collective right of self-determination, a universally recognised right, are being demonised for that very reason. That's the genesis of the anti-Semitism that we've seen, and it has become more and more extreme as time has gone by because it has been swept under the carpet and left unaddressed.
Thank you, Mr. Cassell.
Deputy Chair, I want to play a bit of an exercise with your permission, and that is to substitute the Jewish community for any other minority. And I want you to imagine that long before the 7th of October, this minority had complained about racism that it had experienced on university campuses, and that you heard from this minority that 85% of the students had not submitted complaints to the university, and over half of them thought it would make a difference, and just under half thought that the university wouldn't take that complaint seriously. And then I want you to imagine that there was a catalyst event that amplified this by many hundreds of percentages, probably 4 to 5x the intensity and experience of the university students of this particular minority. And university students were telling you both anecdotally and in large numbers that they don't feel emotionally and psychologically safe. They were changing campuses. They were sitting in lectures and had students come in and ask them to identify whether they are or are not part of this particular minority. They were being called all kinds of derogatory terms, not just by students, but by other extremists who had come onto campus to attack them. We saw academics from this particular minority attacked and have their offices trashed. I think if that happened to any other minority in this country, we would be absolutely outraged. We would be outraged, and we would be shouting it off the rooftops. And us as elected representatives of the Jewish community would be backing extreme measures for systemic change in order to address those attacks on that minority. In this instance, that minority is the Jewish community, but it could be any minority, and we would be backing the same demands, because fundamentally what we're dealing with is a crisis in this country, an eruption of racism and anti-Semitism targeting specifically Jewish students and staff. Now, it doesn't mean that there aren't other forms of racism, but this is a very acute and distinct and particular form of racism that we have seen erupt over the past year in particular, but even beforehand, it was widespread. And so if we are serious about Jewish students and staff being able to feel confident and comfortable to be themselves, to share their identities on campuses, to be able to partake in university life, it seems incredibly obvious to me that something very significant has to change and shift, because we can't keep going the way we have. Whether it's whether it's by adopting a widespread definition, whether it's by introducing an independent body that can oversee the universities, whether it's by universities responding with what we've been asking for over 2 years and actually addressing some of these issues that they've been made aware of. This is the beginning. It's the action, not words, that are needed now. And I think that any reasonable Australian who sees this as a big stain on our country and on our university system would recognise and agree with that.
Thank you. I've just got one last question. One of the suggestions that have been made is that there could be a role for the Australian Human Rights Commission to have a broader role in accepting or dealing with complaints of anti-Semitism. There's also been a bit of public commentary around the fact that they hadn't called out the anti-Semitism issue for 6 months following the 7th of October, and also a bit of a history there of staff and contractors engaging in anti-Semitic commentary online. How would your organisations feel about the prospect of having the AHRC with a broader role in dealing with this issue?
Deputy Chair, perhaps I can begin with that one, Alan. because it was dealt with quite extensively in our submission to the Senate, which I believe you have access to, Deputy Chair. The Australian Human Rights Commission has jurisdiction really only to deal with complaints that fall under the 5 anti-discrimination law, federal anti-discrimination laws. And so when it comes to dealing with anti-Semitism on campus, they would only have the remit to deal with it if there was a formal complaint made under Part 2A of the Racial Discrimination Act or some other legislation. So I think that's a non-starter. That's just a legal reason it's a non-starter. But I think there's also a broader reason it's a non-starter, and that is because, as I explained earlier, the Australian Human Rights Commission itself, in its recently published document on racism, made it very clear that it does not understand anti-Semitism. It has possibly a better understanding of other forms of racism, but not of anti-Semitism. And the other issues about its own activities and its own, some of the activities of its staff and its contractors and so on, that was all detailed in our submission to the Senate, and I don't wish to go over that again because it's well covered in that submission. But it is indicative of a culture that is more attuned to the forms of racism that they are more comfortable with and familiar with. That is a particular conception of racism that, as I said earlier, does not apply to anti-Semitism, is not an appropriate paradigm for addressing anti-Semitism. So that is the reason we think that the Australian Human Rights Commission inquiry into racism on campuses is unlikely to fully understand the problem. In fact, it may actually be part of the problem and is unlikely to result in any real change. So the short answer to your question is no, we don't think that's the way to go.
We support Peter's statement, and in addition to that, as I understand it, the Australian Human Rights Commission doesn't have the power to compel witnesses, and I think what we've seen is that there hasn't been a huge amount of openness and forthcoming from academic administration and staff in the absence of that ability to compel witnesses. Also, the Zionist Federation wrote to the Australian Human Rights Commissioner in May. We heard back from a research assistant in June saying that they would reach out to us, but we haven't heard from them since. And I'd say that that's pretty indicative of their sense of urgency and their capacity to deal with this national systemic crisis and eruption in anti-Semitism. So we don't have a huge amount of faith both in their capacity to deal with it and also their urgency with which they've addressed it.
Thank you very much.
And just to add to that, Deputy Chair, sorry, I just wanted to say, I come from a human rights legal framework. I've worked at human rights institutions my whole life. To categorise racism purely as an issue of power and privilege is to completely misunderstand what anti-Semitism is. We all sit here with our lived experience of almost every generation being persecuted, and we have often been in privileged positions in society. And so privilege does not inoculate you from very violent forms of racism. And we just need to be aware of that when we think about how anti-Semitism morphosizes over different eras.
Thank you, Ms. Abel. I think that's a good point.
Ms. Tink?
Thank you. I just want to start by thanking you both so much for being here today and also for the submissions and the recommendations. It's great. It's great to see really practical suggestions of how we can try and influence these environments. I also want to acknowledge, I think one of the things we've spent a lot of time talking about today is that understanding of what anti-Semitism looks like, feels like, the experience of anti-Semitism. And it's to this point that I just want to get a little bit of further information from you, because where I am trying to understand is how we ensure that anti-Semitism is never tolerated, is recognised, which I have questions whether that's currently happening. I don't think it's happening in universities, so how do we get them to recognise it? But then how does that intersect with free speech when it comes to perhaps criticism of the state of Israel as opposed to Jewish people? And I'd just like to hear your answers on that, please.
Well, that's dealt with at some length in our submission. And I don't, again, given the shortness of time and the fact that others wish to speak, go over what's in detail in our submission. But I would commend the analysis in it to you. There is nothing that stops criticism of Israel similar to that which is levelled against any other country. The IRA definition has a sentence that says precisely that. So where is the problem? The problem is that there is actually a campaign to smear the IRA definition because there are some people who think that it ought to be okay to say if the Zionists as code word for Jews. They think that ought to be okay, that it ought to be okay to advocate the annihilation of the state of Israel and the elimination of its Jewish population. That's the bottom line. And so that they are trying to misrepresent the IRA definition as somehow stifling legitimate criticism of Israeli government policies and actions, when in reality their agenda is to create a permissive environment for that much broader attack on the rights of the Jewish people as a people. And that is the essential point to grasp. And that is what the IRA definition truly is addressed to. It's not about those other things that have been alleged against it. And that's why the Canadian handbook, Canadian Government Handbook, is such a useful resource and one which we commend to you. It does actually lay all that out. But if you want a quick and dirty summary of that distinction, it's contained in our submission, and that'll give you, I think, a very good insight into it.
Fantastic.
I'd add to that there is, as Peter mentioned, this quite disturbing conspiracy theory that Jews use anti-Semitism in order to avoid criticism of Israel. And that's doubly offensive. It's offensive because it basically tells us that as a minority, we are not entitled to say when we are or aren't offended or under attack. And I can't imagine any other minority being told what is and isn't racism against them. And it's offensive because within the Jewish community and within the Zionist community, of which the vast majority of Jews form a part of it, there's a wide range of views. And in fact, you will find the greatest critics of any government of the day in Israel, whether it's left, right, religious, secular, come from within the Jewish community. And the idea that by virtue of speaking about anti-Semitism, we are trying to in some way contain criticism of the Israeli government of the day is preposterous, because we've seen that the vast majority of Jews have experienced in some way, shape or form, and you've seen some pretty detailed, personal experiences in many of the submissions, they've experienced anti-Semitism. And so to tell the vast majority of our community, you don't know what anti-Semitism is deeply offensive. I'd also say that within that context, the Jewish people have a 3,000-year-old connection to the land of Israel. We are an indigenous people of the land of Israel, and it takes a very creative, reckless person or political actor to tell us that by labelling all Zionists as terrorists, that's not anti-Semitism. So there's blatant, overt anti-Semitism across university campuses, masquerading as anti-Zionism. When Monash protesters say Zionists aren't welcome on campus, even though Sir John Monash himself was the founding chairperson of the Zionist Federation of Australia, it's outrageous. When the erasure of Israel is called for on campuses, most Jews read that in only one way, which is that you are calling for a genocide against the Jewish people. If people, come into a lecture theatre at Melbourne University and say, please put up your hand if you are a Zionist, I mean, that's stuff straight out of 1930s Germany. It's quite preposterous. And so within that context, legitimate criticism of the government of the day, absolutely. That's part of what universities are about. It should be about. There should be debate. There should be friction. The moment it goes into labelling the overwhelming class of people that are part of our Jewish community as something derogatory, that's anti-Semitism, and that is precisely what the IRA definition sets out and the distinction that it makes.
Thank you for sharing those thoughts. I can't help but be struck by a very deep feeling that these are exactly the sort of conversations that need to be heard broadly and widely in the universities. Earlier this morning I asked 2 universities whether they felt anti-Semitism was recognised on their campuses. One gave quite a subtle answer in terms of recognising it within the context of shared understanding racism, quite a deep, I think, profound answer. The other university just said yes. And that kind of worried me because I thought that's potentially oversimplifying something that is clearly quite complicated. So thank you. And please, by asking that question, I was by no means seeking to minimise anybody's personal experiences. I was sincerely trying to understand how we get a conversation going here within these environments where people can understand that even having this conversation is actually not an attempted suppression of their freedom of expression. So thank you for responding.
Thank you, Ms Tink. We have gone a little bit over time, but if there are further questions on notice, we will ask that you come back to the committee by close of business 13 December 2024, and the committee will be open as well. So if there are any other bits of information as per the committee inquiry proceeds, certainly would be welcome any correspondence from either organisations, as it is essential that as part of this inquiry into anti-Semitism that community organisations such as yourself representing the Jewish community are front and centre in our considerations and deliberations. And so on that note, as Kylie said, we really appreciate you participating in the inquiry today, for your advocacy and for your submissions and for your time. And we will look forward to seeing you again soon. We'll just pause for a moment while we allow for the next witnesses to come to the table. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now welcome representatives from the Australasian Union of Jewish Students. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee, and we'll start with my left. That's it.
Zachary Morris, and I'm the National Vice President of the Australasian Union of Jewish Students.
Welcome.
Noah Levin, National President of the Australasian Union of Jewish Students.
Welcome to you both. I'll now invite you to make an opening statement, and at the conclusion of that, we'll open up for discussion.
Thank you, Chair. I too would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians, the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri peoples. Sovereignty was never ceded, and I'd like to acknowledge the long-standing friendship between Indigenous and Jewish communities. Thank you, Chair, Deputy Chair, and the Committee for allowing Augurs to contribute to this inquiry. Only 2 months ago, Zach and I were in Parliament giving evidence at the Senate hearing on anti-Semitism at university campuses. We would have liked to come here and express that since our testimony, the situation on campus has subsided. Instead, the types of incidences that we are seeing have become increasingly extreme. Recently, portraits of individuals associated with terrorist organisations were displayed at the University of Sydney. A banner in honour of the former leader of Hamas was hung at Western Sydney University. In one alarming incident at the University of Melbourne, demonstrators occupied a Jewish academic's office. These actions not only target Jewish students, but endanger the university experience for all students. While some universities have taken steps to address these issues, often under intense public and media scrutiny, these efforts are insufficient. We are not here to debate whether anti-Semitism exists at universities. The hundreds of student testimonials and the findings from the previous inquiry made that clear. The latest social cohesion report from the Scanlon Institute shows that Australian society is less cohesive than ever. Without action, these divisions will deepen. Supporting campus cohesion is essential, not only to combat anti-Semitism by addressing ignorance about Jewish identity, but also to foster understanding and build connections between diverse communities. There is no silver bullet to address anti-Semitism, and we appreciate the complexity that stakeholders in this sector have to navigate. However, this year has exposed significant deficiencies in university policies and purported safeguards that reflect a cultural issue within many universities of choosing the most expedient path instead of the right one. Complaints mechanisms have been a systemic issue at universities for many years in dealing with any form of racism, discrimination, vilification, or harassment. Further, universities and regulators already have policy and legislative tools to ensure compliance, but there is a glaring gap between these frameworks and their enforcement. Now, we have a unique opportunity to enact real reforms to address these structural challenges, ensuring a safer and more inclusive university experience for all students. Universities can lead the way in fostering understanding and set a lasting precedent for the inclusive society we strive to build for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and welcome to both of you. So I'm going to start off with some questions and then I'll hand over to my colleagues. I think the first question I'm interested in is around engagement with Jewish students and engagement with, or just directly with universities. Maybe if you can sort of start by talking about the differences of experiences depending on the university, who's done it really well, who's made sure that Augurs has access in managing these difficult issues, and who potentially, or universities that could improve as well.
Of course, I think there's one thing to know is that we operate on 18 different campuses officially, and many other campuses who are not necessarily affiliated, but we have Jewish presence at those universities. And so there is a difference between how universities engage with this issue. I would say in overall, the point that in my experience in many meetings with vice chancellors and senior university administrations is that those who have taken proactive steps and have generally dealt with the situation better than other universities from a relative point of view have seen Jewish students as an active part of the solution to fighting anti-Semitism and other forms of hate on campus, instead of just viewing Jewish students as another stakeholder to manage and to make the most politically expedient choices and decisions when it comes to anti-Semitism on campus. I can talk to my own experience at my campus at Monash University, I have a very proactive and robust relationship with their administration, and I think it comes down to listening. We feel that we are respected when we go into those conversations, and our concerns are taken seriously, but I think Zach can expand on other examples as well.
Yeah, I think What Noah, my colleague, has said is broadly correct. The biggest difference is not just whether or not there will be a meeting, but how that meeting goes, whether there's a desire to listen, whether there's a desire to actually act on those concerns. I can say that UNSW has been relatively good at this and relatively proactive. I think UTS, from our experience as well, has been relatively proactive in terms of meeting with students. They've been, I guess, less adequate when it comes to actually listening to those concerns and acting on them. When it comes to the University of Sydney, that's where we've seen some serious deficiencies. And I think you could be aware of that based on the questioning in the earlier session, that there was a significant delay and a real lack of proactivity when it came to the Vice-Chancellor and that team. And something I would note as well is that, particularly with the University of Sydney, it's not simply confined to the Vice-Chancellor, or rather I would say it's more, it is an ecosystem. And when we talk about the leadership, I can't speak highly enough of that new Chancellor, David Thodey. He's been incredibly sincere and incredibly proactive in reaching out to try and meet with us. He's not viewing this as we are stakeholders to manage or we are risks to somehow be mitigated. He's viewing this with a sincerity and a compassion and a humility required to learn. I can say the same of Professor Susanna Scaparo, who's the Pro-Vice-Chancellor of Student Life. And I can say the same of Sophia Zaritis, who's the Senior Advisor to Mark Scott. So I think it's really important to clarify that at the end of the day, there is a choice in terms of how the leaders in this space choose to engage with students. And it is a choice that they can make personally, not necessarily institutionally. But at the end of the day, the impact of that choice carries forward and flows down for the whole institution. And when we're talking, as the Vice-Chancellor did, about 100,000 students and staff, that is a significant and outsized impact.
So one of the themes that have already come up today repeatedly in the submissions and also in the discussions has been this idea of a complaints process. And this is obviously something that August has been pushing for a bit. So when has August been pushing for improvements on complaints processes? We've been speaking about University of Sydney, so I'm happy to start there with a timeline.
I'd be happy to. We've been pushing for this since, I believe, 2022, if not early 2023. This has been a long-standing concern, and I think it's not just coming from us as well, but it's coming from other student groups on campus. We saw this with the inquiry into sexual assault and sexual harassment on campus too. There is a serious issue with the way that university administrations treat complainants. And so it's a common theme, and it's something that we've said is probably the first keystone in terms of how to actually seriously address this problem. And yet it's been marked by delay that I wouldn't say is indicative of necessarily the task, but rather of the priority. And so when we talk about how we fix this, that is always the first question we ask, because if you don't have a robust complaint system, that impacts your data gathering, and therefore that impacts your understanding of the problem. And if we can't understand the problem, we can't solve it.
So let's dive into University of Sydney and on these two topics of engagement and raising complaints processes. August has been raising since potentially 2022. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt and say 2023. The social cohesion survey obviously was a trigger. August meets with the University of Sydney. What was the response that August got?
I can only speak from my time because I came in at the beginning of this year. But my understanding is that it has always been very, very difficult to be able to secure those meetings with the University of Sydney administrators. The first meeting that we were able to secure was in April of 2024. And between then and then, we've only had 2 meetings face-to-face with the Vice-Chancellor.
That's April 2024 was with the Vice-Chancellor?
That was with the Vice-Chancellor.
And there hasn't been any meetings with the Vice-Chancellor prior to that?
Not that I was part of. Not where I believe that he actively sought out to meet with Jewish students.
Are you aware of any times in which the Vice-Chancellor, as you said, reached out to Jewish students to try and meet with them?
I do want to clarify that a lot of this was done through the Chief of Staff and the Office of the Vice-Chancellor. There was little that was engaged with the Vice-Chancellor personally. But the difficulties with that approach is that there's obviously a decision-maker involved in the sense of, is this worthy of escalation? And I think as we saw from particularly the Hizb ut-Tahrir incidents throughout campus, that there were issues in terms of what was communicated to whom and when. And unfortunately, since then, we've seen that used as a bit of a shield to deflect from responsibility for the overall incidences.
I mean, how does it feel as a sort of student body trying to manage what clearly is your members feeling stressed, hiding their identity, choosing whether or not to go to university, worried about projecting their own Jewish identity at university, and then as the sort of peak body representing the interests of Jewish students, going to university saying we actually need to improve complaint processes, and then universities taking their time to even meet with you or even They said it took at least 6 months to start that process. Well, I mean, how does that feel? And what sort of position does that put you in as leaders in order to be able to manage the Jewish students that you are representing?
Chair, I'm going to be honest with you, and I hope I can speak for my colleague here. We're exhausted. This has been like herding cats, but that would be an affront to the proud institution of cat herding, not to make light of a very serious situation. But this has been incredibly taxing because at the end of the day, we are coming here with a desire to help. Right? We are also aware that our experience is our lived experience, but at the same time, it is an experience that is shared by too many students on these campuses. And if we can solve this problem for one group, we solve this problem for all groups. And so it's really, really, really frustrating when we are doing our best to try and help, and that is being rebuffed or risk managed or simply trying to be delegated away so that way that doesn't have to be dealt with. It makes us feel more isolated. It makes us feel less supported. And when universities go on about how important it is about this sense of belonging, it feels empty.
And may I add, Chair, that what is most disheartening when I'm in those conversations is knowing that other universities have pivoted on these issues. There's no excuse when other universities are doing fantastic and great work on the ground, while other universities are frankly lagging behind, and that is unacceptable. When I see other institutions such as Monash University with their social cohesion initiatives, UNSW, and then looking vis-a-vis other universities and their inaction on some of these issues, that is what I find most disheartening. And when students come to us and say, Noah, you as a student at Monash University have, relative to me, a better Jewish experience than me at another institution, that is unacceptable. And we need consistency in this sector.
I'm going to go to another part of your submission, which is around adopting a clear definition of anti-Semitism. And we're going to hear from the Special Envoy shortly on her work in trying to bring the universities to a position. The two parts of the question. One is, how important is it that universities have a definition? And two, there is this discussion about what's in that definition. The IRA definition is obviously one that's been bandied around. What's Audrey's view on what that definition could look like and the sorts of components as part of it?
Thank you, Chair. In the same survey that you referenced earlier, it found that 1/3 of Jewish students lack confidence in the reporting mechanisms, and a key finding of that is that students would feel more confident if universities implemented some form of definition. We at Audrey's recommend the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, but it must be noted that at this point, the priority must be to adopt a definition of anti-Semitism rather than none at all, and we are very knowledgeable on kind of the processes that lead to the adoption, and unfortunately many university senates and other bodies have already rejected IRA, which is very disappointing. Any definition must be applicable to the current discourse, whether that's IRA or not IRA, and that definition must be consistent. It was great to hear earlier this morning that the G08 are considering adopting a definition of anti-Semitism that is welcomed by Audrey's. That must be adopted outside the G08 as well, more broadly. And I just want to reiterate, it must be fitting to the current discourse that we are seeing on campus, otherwise it will not be fit for purpose.
Something I might add, Chair.
Please.
A lot of the time when we're talking about this, it feels that the conversation goes in a direction that is more centred around anti-Semitism than the harm that comes about as a result. Because at the end of the day, if you've got a situation where a student is being harassed, the question of is it on the basis of their identity is somewhat secondary to the fact that you have a student who's being harassed, right? And so what we need to be able to do is have a consistent definition that is based around that harm and that can capture the different vectors of it. Because this isn't an academic exercise that we're trying to categorise this. This is an exercise that has the impact on thousands of students across the country. So I guess all I want to kind of really just buttress in terms of my colleague's point is consistency is key here. Because when we don't have consistency, you can have two students at two universities who go through the same incident and one of them is told, yes, you experienced a wrong, and the other one is told, sorry, there is nothing we can do. And I think, sorry.
No. Oh, I mean, just on that consistency across the universities. Often universities where there are a smaller number of Jewish students, as you would be aware, those students can be even increasingly isolated, as opposed to the universities where there is more activity of Jewish life on campus. How important is especially the universities that have small Jewish populations also adopt definitions on anti-Semitism and processes to be able to deal with instances as well?
Chair, and I hope this isn't taken as an attempt to answer your question in an oblique way, but the hardest thing about the last inquiry we took part in was there was a lot of preparation and research that went into it. And the hardest thing was afterwards, the number of students who approached my colleague and I to tell us about all the other things that had happened that they hadn't previously. And the ones that were the most distressing to me personally were the stories that involved students, particularly at smaller and more regional campuses, where they were the only identifiable Jew or Israeli. And there was one where you have a student who had to sleep in her car because her accommodation was no longer safe for her. She didn't tell her parents because she was scared that they wouldn't understand and say, why didn't you stand up? And so it is crucial that there is that guidance and it's set at a nationally and a consistent level so that way it is not incumbent on those who are most vulnerable to have to try and fight for this at their own institutions. Because I can tell you that broke me. It's been the hardest thing that I've had to deal with this year, right? And what broke me even more was knowing that that's not the first time that that's happened this year.
I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. This morning we heard from Professor Scott that anti-Semitism was on the decline. And I don't think I'm putting words into his mouth. He's saying that in the last few months we've seen it improve, the situation on the ground at the University of Sydney. Your evidence is the opposite. Can you give us anything that you can do to sort of further elaborate that point, to demonstrate what students have been experiencing over the last 6 months, let's say?
I think what I want to be really clear in terms of how we respond to this is that there's a risk in being reductive because, as other members of the committee pointed out, there are a lot of different factors that impact this. So what we would note is we are seeing fewer reports. We would attribute part of that to a normalisation and to a sense of resignation. More and more people are failing to report incidences because there's a prevailing belief of what will be the outcome. What we're also seeing, though, which we can track and measure, is the severity, or at least the gravity of the incidences that are occurring. And those are escalating. And by that I mean we're starting to see things, and an increased frequency and prevalence of incidences that are far outside the bounds of what we would consider acceptable or normal. Noah pointed to the posters that were glorifying people who are convicted of terrorism offences against civilians. At the end of the day, there is a lot of scope for nuance and a lot of scope for things to be contested in this discussion. That's welcomed. But at the end of the day, there are also things that are pretty uncontrovertible.
Exactly.
So what we've been seeing is a significant increase in the gravity, I would guess, I would say, of these incidences that are occurring. And while some of them are being managed, many of them are not.
So while we may see a reduction in incidents being reported, it doesn't reflect a reduction in the number of incidents that are occurring.
I think that's a very fair point to say. And there's another dynamic to this as well, which is you may have a campus, and I point to a regional campus because that's one that I've got in mind right now when I'm thinking about this, where you have anti-Semitic or prejudicial or racist beliefs that are entrenched within a student population. But if you don't have that many, or if any really, Jewish students on that campus to effectively be the outlet for those prejudices and intents, you're going to have fewer incidences. And so what we've noticed, and it's something that we warned about at the very beginning of all of this, there have been behavioural adaptations in students as a response to what they've been facing. We saw it before October 7th, where students were already hiding their identity, but now what we're seeing is students aren't even coming onto campus. And so our concern is that this, touted reduction in incidents is just as much a product of the reduction in Jewish students who feel comfortable and safe attending their campuses as it is, a diminution in the sentiment that we're seeing on.
And I want to dig into that a little bit deeper because I had an experience where a constituent spoke to me, and in fact, it was at an event that the chair was at as well in Queensland, where I had a constituent of mine, a young girl who has attended I think this was her first year at university. I'm not going to say which university it was, but she had grown up in my electorate. She'd attended a Christian school in my electorate. She'd, had not experienced any anti-Semitism in her daily life to that point. But once she'd gone to university, it was a different story. Is that the experience of your Jewish students that you're representing here, that beyond the university campus, they're not seeing anywhere near the level of anti-Semitism that they're seeing? I mean, I think we'd all admit that there's a rise in anti-Semitism across society, but is it particularly the case that the campuses are the places where they, I'm obviously not feeling safe there, and we're hearing the numbers there. But what I want to get from you is the experience of how Jewish students are feeling before they've entered university and when they're leaving the campus. Is there a noticeable increase in anti-Semitism outside the campus, or not to the level that they're seeing on campus?
It varies. And I think it's important to flag that it varies.
Mm-hmm.
I think something that's also important to understand is it's not just about the prevalence of anti-Semitism at the university. If we look at what universities are and what universities should do, they're a real melting pot of multiculturalism, particularly with the Jewish community, which does tend to be a relatively insular one. It is an opportunity for people from all different backgrounds, all different beliefs and all different value systems to come together and not just learn together, but to experience each other, to meet people who are different to them and to learn more about those differences and understand that. And so the concern is not simply that there is an increase in anti-Semitism at universities, which, for the record, I would say there certainly is, and we certainly are seeing a high degree of prevalence at some campuses. But the concern is also that the follow-on effect is that by virtue of what is happening, we're seeing people and Jewish students withdraw and either be excluded or self-exclude themselves from these spaces on the basis of their hostility. And what we're really concerned about is the downstream effect, where people don't have that lived experience or that person that they can ask and that trust and those friendships and those relationships, which is what we found across all, different identity groups, is probably the best way to combat prejudice.
Absolutely. That's all from me, Chair.
Ms. T, do you want to go?
Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah, of course. I've got questions as well, but you go. You have your turn. I will wait after. I don't want to be greedy.
Firstly, I just want to thank you for being here today. It is so important to have you here, and I want to thank you. I hear when you say you're exhausted, and I want to thank you for carrying the load, for being here to speak for the thousands of people that aren't in this room today. So thank you for doing that work. I'm interested in understanding from you, because what I've heard you say today is that one of the challenges is the inconsistency across this space. And so I'm wondering, have you done work, or do you have thoughts about how we should be measuring and tracking anti-Semitism, not just on a university campus, but across our university campus? How do we measure it in a way that is different to just the number of complaints received, which is what I've heard a couple of times today? Do you have thoughts on that?
I think it's important to note that in any initiatives to combat anti-Semitism or to track anti-Semitism, it must be a holistic approach. And I think that there are many institutions and bodies currently out there that can kind of share that load. Talking about the regulated TEXA in this space, and obviously we welcome the advent of the National Student Ombudsman as well, who can track those complaints, especially for students who do not feel comfortable reporting to their own institutions as well. But hearing from the previous hearing in terms of universities disclosing the amount of incidences that they are dealing with, de-identified, of course, in this space, but also for that to be compartmentalised into somewhat of a report. I think that you can obviously get a good understanding of the prevalence of anti-Semitism on campus, but as you articulated in your questioning, Ms. Dink, there's a reticence to report in the first place. And so to actually get a good understanding on the ground, it has to be through somewhat of personal conversations as well. But I think that a good remedy for that specifically is to allow third-party or anonymous reporting. We have seen throughout this year that students come to Orges and submit their own reports to us, and often we liaise with the university to take that up on their end as well to make sure that there is a just and remediable approach. And we think if that can be institutionalised, where Orges can submit complaints, I think we could also see a higher amount of reports to universities to better address this issue as well.
Something I'd also add on that is the metrics we choose here are incredibly important, because we see across every real industry that you get what you measure. And if we're only calibrating this to complaints, as we've talked about earlier, a reduction in complaints does not necessarily equate to a reduction in prejudice or vilification or harassment. So something that I think is quite important that we've discussed is this ability to track and measure student sentiment and student perceptions of safety, and not just from Jewish students, but also from other students, and to track their awareness and perceptions of the problem. Because one of the main factors that we've found is that you can identify how seriously something is being taken and the cultural issues, because to make this incredibly clear, this isn't just a policy issue. It's not something that we can solve by implementing a policy or changing a definition. This is very much a cultural issue, and culture is hard to change. So one of the ways that we can identify whether we're being effective at what we're trying to do is to work out, is there a divergence between the perspectives and the understandings and the experiences on this issue between Jewish students and their non-Jewish peers? Because at the end of the day, unless we've got a whole of society, or at least whole of university approach to tackling this problem, like we've seen in other successful attempts, like with the approach to sexual harassment and sexual assault on campus, unless everyone's got buy-in and everyone's got an understanding, it's going to be very, very difficult to see the change that we need to see.
Yeah, really well said. I mean, if you don't understand the benchmark from where you're starting, how do you know if we're improving or going backwards? The other question I just wanted to put to you, and I noticed it comes up in your submission, talking about the relationship between other student organisations and, in fact, you know, the capacity of the university to have oversight over other student organisations. Can you talk to me a little bit about what sort of measures would ensure that these bodies are actually being brought into a conversation that takes the environment forward rather than being able to hang out on the edge? What reform do you think needs to happen there?
Well, I think it's important to note that these are still students of the university, and so they are still beholden to the copious amounts of codes of conduct and policy regarding bullying, harassment and discrimination. So in the first instance, as a student of the university, mostly on university grounds where these student unions or meetings are taking place, if they say something that is egregious and is beyond the pale, the university should investigate that. It is really disheartening to see when universities come out and stress that because of the independence of these bodies, which of course is a very important keystone of not only our democracy but of student life at universities, it is disheartening that there's a reticence to investigate and to enforce because out of a fear that they will impede independence. I want to stress that this is not about impeding independence or freedom of speech. It is about tackling egregious anti-Semitic remarks on universities, and so that should not be a restriction or a deficiency that universities have to compartmentalise when dealing with these issues.
Also on that note, and in terms of what it looks like to actually solve this problem, a huge part of this, and this is mentioned in our recommendations, comes to anti-Semitism training and education on Jewish identity. And that's because the current state of play, it seems that the vast majority of anti-Semitism education starts and ends with the Holocaust. And whilst that is an inextricable part of, when discussing and understanding anti-Semitism, what that means is that there is a real linkage, or at least association, between what was, the culmination of centuries of anti-Semitic activity in Europe, such that incidents that don't necessarily at least compare with that degree, unless you're seeing, someone using Nazi symbols, and I think it came through in the first hearing here, or at least with the universities, where there were two incidents that were referred to. One involved a Sieg Heil and the other involved a swastika. There is a real awareness of anti-Semitism when, it looks and sounds like National Socialism, right? But without a kind of broader understanding of what that looks like, you're not going to be able to identify it, and that's when you get into these contested debates about whether or not prejudice is weaponised, because there's a lack of understanding. And the second point, and the way that you actually do that, is through education on Jewish identity. Because, as I pointed out, there are 99,000 of us in this country, right? A country of 28 million, right? And most, or at least the majority, of Jewish education comes from Seinfeld. And it's entertaining, sure, but it's not educational. And what that means is the perception of the Jewish community is very much grounded in, the stereotypes, which are great to laugh at and certainly entertaining, but not necessarily accurate or representative.
Awesome.
I'm just going to ask a couple more questions, and then I think Senator Darmanin wants to ask a question, so we'll try and keep it relatively brief. And I know that time is never our friend on these things, but I want to go to some of your recommendations and get some comments. I was really interested in one of your recommendations around social cohesion, because it actually didn't just touch on the experiences of Jewish students, but also any other form of hate. And I thought that in an inquiry around anti-Semitism, that is a very generous, as taxing it has been, is a very generous perspective. And maybe you can elaborate as to why, Mr. Lovin, you mentioned about, using or seeing the Jewish students as a tool to help manage this and to help be inclusive as part of this and improving the situation. Perhaps you could expand on that in the recommendation as to as to how we can better foster better understanding of not only the Jewish community but also more social cohesion and respectful conversations on campus.
Well, I would say that social cohesion has been thrown out as a buzzword, but I truly believe in it. And I think we live in a multicultural society, and that is the beauty of Australia. And I think that unfortunately we are just not having conversations between people anymore. And so when you're not having conversations, when people do not talk about issues, especially when it means so much to them, it has a detrimental effect on Australian society. And so we need to get people back in the room, we need to get people talking to each other, and we need empathy. And we need empathy for people who have, over these 13, 14 months, experienced tremendous hardships, and that cannot be taken away from their personal lived experience. And we see that universities are well positioned to lead this initiative. As I said in the opening statement, they foster and they're emblematic of the society that we want to live in. And I want to live in a society where, as a Jewish person, I can have and empathise with a vast array of different people in this country and go off our shared values and our humility. And we really need to start talking again, and we need these grassroots initiatives. We're seeing tremendous work done at Monash University, led by David Sluky and Susan Carland on this point. And really they articulate that we have to move out of this phase of talking kind of in our own communities and start talking together. And it is a comprehensive initiative. It has to involve research on these issues, prioritising bridge building between communities, and also a respectful discussion on these sensitive issues. That we can talk about Israel, the Palestinians, and the Middle East conflict without descending into anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, because that is how we get real change in this community as well. And I think what Monash University has done really well is that they are saying that we need to collaborate with other universities on these initiatives. And I think that while universities have to have specific tailored initiatives on their own university campuses, this is a holistic project that must be articulated throughout the space as well.
Something I might just jump in and by way of example on what this actually looks like. So I'm working with UNSW right now, along with a small group of Arab and Muslim student leaders as well. Because we've come together, and these are friends of mine, and we were friends before the conflict, and before at least October 7th, and the view was very much, we are losing this social cohesion piece, we are losing the ability to see each other as people and not the products of our views or contexts. And not between us, but there was a really sobering moment where, a friend of mine said to me, if we had met after this, do you think we would be friends? And we both agreed that it would be really tough. We would be very guarded. And so we've set about how do we build trust together, and the university's been pretty incredible at supporting that. I think there really is an appetite in this space to kind of have it back where differences invite conversations and aren't dictating our relationships. But here's the kicker, and this is the bit where I feel like you may have snookered me on this. What we saw with the Monash initiative is that it's privately funded. What we've also seen as well is that, especially with the migration caps, universities are a bit strapped for cash right now. And unfortunately, over the last 13 months, we've also seen that, they're not exactly proactive when it comes to this issue. So I apologise for the snooker, but I think it's really important that we can actually fund, and there is a role for government to be able to fund these initiatives by way of research into how we can be more effective when it comes to social cohesion, but also specific initiatives to bring communities together. And so I'm sorry to come here and ask you for money, because I know that does defeat the purpose of what we're trying to do here, but I think it's really important.
I appreciate it, Mr. Morris. I also had a question on managing external actors and around the difficulty of having people outside the university who are not students coming in and disrupting university life, but I might put them on notice. And I know that Senator Darmanin also had a question on notice potentially around the Ombudsman. So we might send them to August and just say that that any answers to questions on notice are provided to the Committee Secretariat by close of business 13 December 2024, and we will try and get you those questions as soon as possible. But I know that this has been a trying 12 months and more. I know that your efforts to not only represent your fellow students, but also to be productive and to be constructive in all of this has been a demonstration of great leadership from both of you and your team, and we really appreciate you participating in this inquiry today. and we hope to do you justice in our recommendations as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll just pause for literally 30 seconds while these two clear the witness area, and we will then go to the Special Envoy who is joining us online. Eat into lunch a little bit. We do have to at some point eat some lunch, but we can. If you're okay to not have a hard finish at 1 o'clock, we'll go.
I'm at your disposal.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I now welcome the Special Envoy to Combat Anti-Semitism, Ms. Gillian Segal AO, via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Gillian Segal, Special Envoy to Combat Anti-Semitism.
I'll now invite you to make an opening statement, and then at the conclusion of that we'll open up for discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Chairman and Committee, for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. And could I also acknowledge the traditional custodians on the land in which we are meeting, albeit virtually. I thought I might outline 3 areas to update you on the work that I have been doing since the Senate report. Can I just note, though, that you have my submission to the Senate committee and that you will take that into account, because those recommendations in Appendix 5 of my submission to the Senate committee are still ongoing recommendations of my office. Although I note that one has already been achieved in terms of the government extending the terms of reference of the National Student Ombudsman, for which I'm very grateful. I have taken the findings of the Senate report very much to heart and have been focusing my time since then on working with universities on complaint schemes and on a definition of anti-Semitism and on training materials. So I thought those would be useful 3 areas that I could update you on. But let me just reiterate, because I have had the opportunity of listening to the ECAJ and ZFA and to AUSParliament. And can I just say as an aside how very proud I am of those AUSParliament students, because I thought they expressed themselves and these Jewish students that they represented extremely professionally. As I noted in my Senate committee submission, and as you recall, I based that on a range of interviews that I had with Jewish students and academics, anti-Semitism, I believe, has become an embedded part of the culture of universities. And I did note the question earlier from the Deputy Chair as to whether universities were a cauldron of anti-Semitism. I think that they have been and they are, but I think they are always going to be places of strong discussion, as they should be, because they're also a cauldron of expression of free speech. And what we have to do very much, as AUSParliament noted, is turn them back into those places of respectful debate and change the culture back to the culture that it should be, or that perhaps it was. Although it is, in my opinion, on some campuses systemic. It's not necessarily on every campus, and what we have to do is work on those where there are issues. So those universities where it is normalised and debate is really not civil, have eaten away at the fabric of our society. And just to emphasise, it's not just affecting Jewish students in the Jewish community, but it is a risk to the next generation of our leaders in society and our democratic way of life. So I have, as the Senate recommended, continued to work with universities to try to address some of these failings and have met with them numerous times, together with TEXA and individually. And I'm pleased to report that I believe we have made some progress. And I have principally met with the Vice-Chancellors of the G08, but by no means only, and I have worked with University Australia and met with a subcommittee of other universities, or representing all the universities, to also bring them up to date with the work and take them on the same journey. And I'm going to outline the work and where we've got to, but could I just say this, that in outlining this work, I do not want to give you the impression that the work is done. We must, as a community and as a government and Parliament, not take our foot off the accelerator, because time is very limited to change the circumstances for Jewish students in particular for the start of next calendar year or next academic year. So I want to give you a tiny bit of hope that we have made progress, but by no means should the matters raised in my series of recommendations not be fully endorsed. So since then, or certainly even just before the Senate report, but I think during the announcement of the Senate hearings, many universities have reviewed their frameworks and policies, particularly in relation to encampments and occupation of buildings. And I have asked all universities to send their policies into my office. I have received all of them, and I have not yet undertaken a full review of all those policies, but that will happen before the end of the year. It is my expectation that there are some very good policies, and perhaps, and those policies have been amended post October 7, and there are some that are not, and it's my intention to put out a sort of pro forma or have a discussion with all universities on good policies or best practice policies, and of course they have to be individualised depending on the structure of the university and the functions, but generally there will be key provisions in there. I don't believe that there will be a lot of resistance to amending policies to achieve best practice. And you would have seen in Bruce Hodgkinson's report of the University of Sydney that he also looks at the importance of ensuring that encampments are dealt with differently, that students do not occupy buildings, etc., etc. The second area is in relation to complaint procedures. And as part of having an effective complaint procedure, which the universities have not generally had, and you would have heard, I know, from Vicky Thompson from the GO8 and Luke Shear from Universities Australia, and unfortunately I was not able to hear what they said. But I established a working group from the GO8 to look at a definition of anti-Semitism, because you can't have an effective complaint scheme without a definition. And you have to then have those within the complaint scheme trained in relation to dealing with complaints and the definition, and then have the definition integrated into your disciplinary proceedings, whatever they are. And each university will have their own. So the fact that universities generally had not adopted, almost across the board, a definition of anti-Semitism, I think was stark evidence of the fact that they didn't have effective complaint schemes. And as my evidence before the Senate and my submission showed, of the 65 people I interviewed, maybe 55 students, not one had had their complaints properly dealt with or effectively dealt with in their view. So the issue of the definition of anti-Semitism is a fraught one. I endorse the IRA definition of anti-Semitism as the gold standard. And I've heard the recommendations of ECAJ and the ZFA and indeed AUSParliament that that is the definition that should be adopted. And it is the internationally accepted definition adopted by the government and the opposition and by 45 other countries, the European Commission, hundreds of tertiary institutions around the world, etc. We are unfortunately in a difficult situation in Australia where many universities, in response to a letter from the previous government encouraging all universities to adopt the IRA definition, took the IRA definition through their academic boards. And academic boards are by definition made up of the academics in the university. And in most cases, those boards rejected the definition, specifically rejected them. It's not as if they haven't thought about it, that there was strong debate and that definition has been rejected. And I have worked with the universities before I was appointed Envoy and certainly since, and that definition is just not, in my opinion, going to easily fly with universities. It will take the government to pass legislation to actually embed that definition as the definition that applies throughout society and that universities need to adopt, I believe, before many universities will adopt that definition. Of course, Melbourne University has, and Monash and UNSW have referenced it in their definitions. And as you've heard from the Jewish representatives from the ECAJ, this rejection of IRA is misguided and misunderstands the working examples in relation to Israel. And as ECAJ referenced, the Canadian Envoy has put out a very useful handbook which explains this. And I'm more than happy to pick up the suggestion to produce one here. But I do not think it is going to necessarily convince universities and their academic boards to adopt that definition. And I have spoken to these vice-chancellors, certainly to the GO8 ones, and asked them if the definition could be adopted by the councils rather than the academic boards. And they all want them to go through the academic boards because, and I have sympathy with this argument, they need them to be owned by the university. I mean, there's no use just having a definition and saying tick. It's actually got to be a working definition, integrated into complaints, integrated into policies, integrated into discipline, and therefore each university has to own this definition. So I have been working with the GO8 initially, but also, as I said, with this subcommittee of Universities Australia, to see if we can come up with an acceptable, shortened, Australianised, universityised IRA version. So our Australian IRA, where the essence of IRA is in the definition, is much shorter, it doesn't have the case studies, and it deals specifically, obviously, with anti-Semitism. We're not talking about anything more general because, as I've said before, anti-Semitism is this unique hatred with its own long history and its own issues. And the definition must be a definition that covers behaviour, covers Israel, and covers Zionism, but obviously not to the extent of the detail of IRA. So we have been working very intently on this for weeks and weeks, and I have to say that the universities that I've been meeting with, and that's the GO8, and they've each got a representative on this committee, have done so with much goodwill and good intent and strong effort. I think we are close, but we are not there yet. So we have committed to continue working on it together to see if we can come up with a definition before the end of the year. That is my deadline. I think, I know it is not IRA, but the advantage of the Australian version for universities of IRA, as I put it, is that I believe it would then be owned by the universities and it would be integrated into their policies and their procedures and wouldn't just be a tick and then a definition in a drawer. They would make it part of their disciplinary proceedings and their issues. Now, it follows, although IRA is the definition recommended in the global guidelines, to which Australia is also a signatory. When I went to Buenos Aires, that's where those were signed. US universities such as Columbia and NYU and Harvard have gone down this path of creating their own definition, their own working definition. What I'm trying to do here, and the only way I would agree to this, and I mean, in a sense, I'm just giving them the imprimatur, it's the universities adopting this definition, is there would be one definition for the entire sector. So you would not have different universities creating different definitions. They would all adopt this one definition. But whether we get there or not, I suppose depends on both their intent and hopefully your encouragement that it is absolutely essential that one be agreed, and that they need to then revise and strengthen their complaint processes and ensure that complaints are not only appropriately resolved, but also, as you've heard from ECAJ and ZFA and August, that the resolution of complaints needs to be made public, albeit in a de-identified way, so that you can change the culture, because this is what has to happen. The community at university needs to know what are the boundaries of acceptable and unacceptable behaviour, and they can only know that from resolutions that are made public. And so that publication of a de-identified list of complaints, I think, is a very important recommendation. And that report should be delivered to TEXA and to my office, I think, every year. Leadership from university chancellors is also extremely important to change the culture, and they need to speak out more and repeatedly, which is one of the injunctions in the global guidelines. The last matter I will address you on is in relation to training. You've heard a lot about the importance of training. I have been speaking to these universities, all of the universities, about training. There is an acceptance, I believe, that there should be training about anti-Semitism, both for their complaint schemes, personnel and their leadership. Monash University has taken the lead here by developing some modules for training, which is very generous of Monash University because they've footed the bill. I have seen an outline of these modules, and they are going to be trialled next week around Monash University. And then they will get feedback from students, Jewish students and other students, as well as academics, and they'll be iterated again and again until that use next academic year. And if it is seen to be fit for purpose, the other GO8 and the other universities have indicated to me they would roll out the same training. We may have a second set of training modules. Both the Auschwitz Institute, which sends out training around the world for police forces, and others have offered to adapt their training for universities, if at my request. And Yad Vashem, the chairman who was recently out here, has also offered their training modules. It's important that the modules, these are not Holocaust modules, they are about anti-Semitism and using some of the case studies of complaints as their basis. So I think we are on track, but when the foot should not come off the accelerator, or both feet should be on the accelerator, if I might say. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Siegel. Leading on from your opening statement, I mean, obviously there is significant work that's going on right now. And while the judicial inquiry does remain at the top of your recommendations to the Senate inquiry, which you maintain, I mean, how important is it that there are steps taken in the short term that a judicial inquiry would take some time, and not discounting the importance of that recommendation? How important is it also to have practical improvements in things such as definitions, complaint processes, university attitudes, ready for students to be at university next year?
Oh, absolutely, Chair, it's essential. And that's why we've got on with the business of working on this together. And I indicated as much, I think, in my testimony before the Senate. Judicial inquiry obviously has great advantages in terms of changing culture and revealing a number of issues, allowing students to share their stories confidentially, and also funding issues. But that's not going to happen anytime soon. So what happens in the new year, etc., might be completely unknown in my perspective. That's why I've got on with the work. And I think it's essential. And I have had the GO8 at least admit, as well as other universities, say what they want to do is have a different landscape to the extent they can for juris students next year. Everybody's very concerned that juris students might not elect to go to university in Australia next year. They might take the year off because it's been so bad, or decide to go overseas. So it's very important that that doesn't happen, and that there is enough communication made by vice-chancellors about what they're doing for next year to encourage Jewish students to come back onto campus.
I mean, on that, there does seem to be some momentum and some shift. Even the University of Sydney had the Hodgkinson review, where the Vice-Chancellor, even this morning, seemed to take a positive tone towards that review, and that the Senate of that university had basically charged him with implementing those recommendations. Yet, many of those recommendations are not brand new. These are things that have been around for a while. I mean, what do you think is the turning point in universities at the moment? I mean, is it the fact that it's, there was a Senate inquiry, there's now a Parliamentary Joint Committee into Human Rights inquiry, there's calls for a judicial inquiry? I mean, is it the fact that there is spotlight on the universities that they are more conscientious of this, or why do you think there is an improvement of attitude?
Yes, I think it's a combination of factors. I think that the Senate was a very valuable exercise, having that inquiry and actually, requiring vice-chancellors to give evidence and understanding. I think that in large organisations, and some of these universities are extremely large, they're little cities, it is the case that bad news doesn't travel up easily. The vice-chancellors get protected by a range of people, and perhaps they didn't genuinely recognise it was as bad as it was, and a lot of that evidence had to come out, and the additional people that I met with, etc. I think that, I don't think we're dealing in terms of vice-chancellors at any of these universities with bad people who are personally, racist, but they have been managing a lot of issues. And this issue did not bubble to the surface with enough seriousness and urgency, and I think it now has. That doesn't mean that cultural change is going to happen overnight, and that is the problem. As you've heard, I think the problems have been going on for some time. representatives of the Jewish community have been raising issues and concerns for some time. It didn't just start after October 7, but they haven't taken them seriously enough. And I think what they haven't appreciated is that anti-Semitism is a particular and unique form of hatred. It's not just general racism that can be dealt with by, feel-good racism policies. It needs to be dealt with by itself. It needs to have a specific definition, and people need to be trained to understand how it can operate, how people feel, and how to resolve complaints and make them public as well. So I think that's a cultural shift, and I think that there has been movement generally. Some universities have responded really well post October 7, and some took a lot of time. I think those universities with encampments have been the most problematic, by definition. They were the campuses where there was perhaps the most distress towards Jewish students exhibited, or behaviours and environments that caused distress to the Jewish students. But I think that the fact that all those encampments have gone have allowed the focus now to be on, how do we prevent that happening again? How do we change the environment? And how do we change the culture? Now, that is not going to happen overnight. They need to do a lot of things. And as I said, they need a lot of ongoing encouragement. But I do think there's movement.
I'm very conscious of time, and we're about to eat into lunch, but I do want your opinion on just a couple more things. On the definition, how are you encouraging universities to think around the delineation between legitimate criticism or acceptable or appropriate criticism of the Israeli government and the threshold of it descending into anti-Semitism in terms of your definition that you're suggesting, the sort of Australian version of the IRA definition? How are you encouraging universities to make that delineation?
Well, Chair, as that's the essence of the most difficult bit of the definition, okay? And I think that there's an absolute recognition that freedom of speech has limitations, and as the report from Bruce Hodgkinson noted, even the French Code itself, where universities previously sort of heralded that as the be-all and end-all, it had its own articulated limits on freedom of speech. And you can't shout others down, and you can't have negative speech against a group of people. And so that is what we are trying to ensure goes in the definition. That, and I think Peter Wertheim articulated it earlier. Of course, you can criticise Israel as any other country, but where the criticism of Israel descends into calls for its elimination or the elimination of all Jews within it, then that clearly crosses the line. The issue that is a difficult one is where there are double standards applied, which fall short of calling for the elimination, but they certainly hold Israel to a standard you are not holding other countries to. And that is where I think Bruce Hodgkinson is very wise to remind us that it does depend on context. Not everything can be absolutely crystal clear in a definition. You have to look at context. And that will be very important in the training materials, that one has to look at context. And so we are hoping that we can put a bit of contextual language around the definition without having a series of case studies within the definition as IRA does. Because those case studies have, according to the universities, made it very clunky to incorporate that. And we try and have a shorter definition, but at least identify the issue very clearly, where Israel is definitely criticised in a way that is anti-Semitic, where it is not, and then where it has to be looked at in terms of context.
Last question around transparency of university complaint processes and around giving students and staff more confidence. Is there any other advice? I mean, there's a couple of recommendations that go to go to it. But is there any advice that you wish to give to the committee around how universities could give students and staff more confidence when going through complaints?
Yeah. Well, I think the idea of making sure that there is, Vice Chancellor, the head of the complaint scheme should sit down with Vice Chancellors every month and take the Vice Chancellor through the complaints. That's important governance, and it will be a way to ensure that people know that the Vice Chancellor is aware. There should be reports about, in a identified way, as mentioned, about the complaints and how they were resolved. Okay, it is not just a matter of saying that student was satisfied, but what discipline was applied, so that it becomes a learning experience of the boundaries, and that those reports should come to TEXA and to my office. It shouldn't just be made internally. There should be a transparency, and we should see that the universities are lodging those reports. I think that's going to help give confidence. And I do think that Vice Chancellors have to continue very close communication with Jewish students, whether it's not just with AUSParliament, but with Jewish students more generally. Speak up about what is happening, speak up about what they're doing. Confidence is going to come from an absolute focus on this and a demonstrated change in culture.
Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Special Envoy, for the work you've been doing in this area. I think it's pretty well established what you're doing and the impact it's having, so I don't have a lot of questions. I just wanted to pick up a point that you raised in the Senate hearing, where you noted that you're concerned that the university hierarchy do not appreciate the extent of the difficulty before them. I'm hoping that it's dawning on them now. But also that they don't appreciate the extent of the embedded anti-Semitism on campus. I get the sense from the Vice-Chancellors we spoke to this morning that they seem to think that this is a transient problem, as students are outsiders who are creating the problem, and they come and go. My fear is that anti-Semitism is embedded within the staff and the academics of these universities. What is your work so far, uncovered in relation to being embedded not within the student body but within the actual institution itself, the staff and the academics?
Thank you so much for that question, which I think it gets to the heart of the problem. It's a very perceptive question. I have not done any work as yet with the universities in relation to their academics. I think that is where there is embedded anti-Semitism, and the detailed complaints that I heard, there were complaints that related, of course, to the encampments and to the student experience with posters and other students, etc. But the real discriminatory complaints, if I could put it that way, were related to academics. And the fact that there are a large number of academics in some of these universities have taken advantage of opportunities, of intranet sites, of the fact that even if you're a student in medicine, you have to log on to a site to put their positions, to not enable students to argue against them, to take it out on students in terms of grades if they don't subscribe to that academics' anti-Semitic view. And it's not anti-Semitic per se against the student, but it's all linked to Israel and whether that student supports Israel or doesn't support Israel, and that is seen, which is why the move into Zionism has been, the area where I think most students have felt intimidated and concerned. And that is the problem. And so having a definition and having complaint schemes and then, Vice Chancellors knowing about it is only the beginning of the journey. It's certainly not the end of the journey. What needs to be looked at is then those academics who are crossing the line and what is done about them. And that's where the Hodgkinson Review does make a few suggestions and where Vice Chancellors have to say, okay, that is not just a question of free speech, that is not just a question of academic freedom, and that is just not what this university stands for. We were not going to have our academics only allow speakers to come in on campus who represent one point of view, not going to only allow one point of view in any courses and any lectures. We have to look at the broader spectrum of discussion and debate, because there lies the future of our democracy. I mean, if those academics who hold a sort of one-sided view of Israel and Jews are allowed to dominate, that will destroy our democracy.
I completely agree. That's all from me. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Tink.
Thank you so much for your time this afternoon, Special Envoy. It's fantastic to hear from you. Picking up on something you just said, and actually it wasn't a question I was going to put to you, but I would like to understand further the comment you just made. So in front of me I have a quote from the Director of the Australian Centre for Jewish Civilisation at Monash University, David Sluky.
Yep.
And you may be aware of him and the work he's done, but he makes the point that actually anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are distinct, but there is a capacity for one to bleed into the other. So his comment was that anti-Semitism is a hatred of Jews that can be manifested through speech, through action and through intimidation. Anti-Zionism is, as the name suggests, opposition to Zionism, which is a political ideology. Criticising Israel is not in and of itself anti-Semitic. Imagining different ways of Israel being organised politically or a different form of self-determination is not in and of itself anti-Semitic. Can you talk, given that his kind of commentary there, how does that fit with what you just said about an academic and the debate around Zionism within a university context? Is that anti-Semitic?
Well, I do know David Sluky, and indeed he is working, or his centre is producing some of these training modules,
Great.
which I'm yet to see in action.
Yeah.
There's absolute truth in what he says. But what we've seen happen in recent times is that the two have bled, but a great deal into each other. Okay, we're not talking about a little drop of blood.
Yeah.
We're talking about it being almost synonymous, because most Jews in Australia identify with Israel as the Jewish homeland. Not necessarily where they are going to be living, but it is a homeland for the Jewish people. It's been their homeland for thousands of years. They see and understand, and also it is a democratic sovereign nation that was established. And a criticism of Zionism, if it's seen as just a criticism of the government policy, is one thing. But if it's a criticism that moves into the fact that it shouldn't exist, and that's where most of the criticism is. It's a colonial state, it's a racist state, it shouldn't exist. It should just sort of disappear, and those people, those Jews in it, should either be absorbed into one, caliphate in the Middle East or wherever. Maybe they should come back, should all come to Australia. But that should go. Then that is anti-Semitic. So, and I think the New York University in particular has adopted a very clear statement, and this is something that I want to insert in our statement, or see in our statement, that substituting the word Zionist for Jew does not mean that whatever is being said is not anti-Semitic. Yeah. So where Jewish students are called dirty Zios, that is anti-Semitic. By using the word Zio or Zionist, it doesn't remove it from being anti-Semitic because you're not using the word Jew. So and that's where a lot of the hatred and the epithets have been directed. So that is very clearly anti-Semitic. But Zionism as a philosophy, of course, is an academic view of it, is that it's just about the establishment of a state. But because so many Jewish people all over the world, and particularly in Australia, identify with that as their homeland, the homeland of the Jewish people that the people belong to, the Jews here in Australia belong to, in an abstract sense, we have to be very careful that criticism of Israel is actually not stepping over the line.
Yeah, thank you for offering that. I really appreciate you addressing that subtlety, and I think what I heard you say was it's the attachment of a hate speech attached to that idea versus a debate
and an elimination.
Yeah.
And that's where I think the Parliament recognised in the phrase "from the river to the sea," had the context of the elimination of the state, which is from the river to the sea, and therefore that is anti-Semitic.
Thank you. The second question I just want to ask, and this kind of refers to your work, the discussion we're having today, particularly about universities, but also to your larger role as Special Envoy. You've talked about universities being the first point of call when there is an issue, but do you have a strong opinion about where complaints should go beyond universities? I mean, it has been discussed that the Australian Human Rights Commission, is a place where complaints around racism go, or is it a case that the National Student Ombudsman should have greater powers that they can then exercise? I would really value your thoughts around that question. Who's best placed to consider complaints about allegations of anti-Semitism or racial vilification on university campuses?
Well, I think that, rather like institutions in the community dealing with consumers, banks or telecommunication organisations, the first place that the complaint should go and be dealt with is by the institution itself. Okay? I mean, can't have just external organisations dealing with all complaints. It's up to the institution to be the first line of receiving the complaint, and should be one door into it for all complaints, as Bruce Hodgkinson articulates, and it should be clear, it should be mechanisms to resolve it, and it should be public as to the resolution, even if it's de-identified. Where you need, and so, banks, if you're a disaffected bank customer about something, you complain to the bank, and it has to have a system. And each university should appoint, just like banks have a ombudsman internally, they should have their own, senior person, whatever they call them. If you're not satisfied or you don't feel that you can trust that system, you need to go elsewhere, and that's where I think the student ombudsman is useful and important in relation to, harassment and sexual complaints and anti-Semitic complaints. And that's why I've spoken to the Student Ombudsman's office, and they are very keen that their staff be educated also about anti-Semitism, and they will adopt a definition along the same lines as the universities. And I think that's where that ombudsman, rather like the Commonwealth Ombudsman, generally will resolve it and make public in a report the systemic nature of complaints. I don't think that the Human Rights Commission is a place for individual resolution of complaints in that way. I think, and you've heard that the Jewish community still has a long way to go to re-establish trust in the Human Rights Commission, but I just don't think for each individual student complaint that it's the right thing. It has an important mechanism in terms of processes when there needs to be litigation like 18C cases, and so it has an important role, but I don't see it as in any way substituting for an ombudsman service.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've gone 15 minutes over time, Special Envoy, but certainly if there are further bits of correspondence or evidence or questions on notice that you wish to provide to the committee, we would certainly welcome it. And if there are any questions on notice taken today, we'd request that they be provided to the committee by close of business 13 December 2024. And can I just say on behalf of the committee, we certainly really appreciate the work that you're doing alongside universities to try and improve processes, understanding, definitions, and confidence in our university sector by our students. It's certainly appreciated, and good luck. And
thank you. And can I just say, if you have more questions, please feel free as a result of any other evidence or as you consider the matters, I'd be happy to answer them. And I also think, and I haven't made this point, but that, we're seeing anti-Semitism in the community, as you know, and that's a whole other piece of work that has to be done. There's a sort of feedback loop between community and universities. It's not as if they're in isolation. So we need to, even if we improve situations on universities, we have to deal with it in community as well.
Indeed, and we will do our best to start with universities as per the terms of reference in this committee's deliberations. Yes. Thank you, Ms. Siegel. We'll leave you there, and we will now suspend the hearings and return at 1:50 p.m. Getting thumbs up? Great. I now welcome representatives from the Commonwealth Ombudsman and the Attorney-General's Department. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. I remind members and senators that the Senate, the rules of which this joint committee is bound by, has resolved that an officer or department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground on which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it insists on an answer, having regard to the ground in which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Officers are also reminded that any claim it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for the claim. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? And we'll start on my left.
Okay. Kate Anderson, I'm the Senior Assistant Ombudsman for the new National Student Ombudsman.
Welcome.
Ian Anderson, Commonwealth Ombudsman.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Aisha Nawaz, I'm the Assistant Secretary at the Human Rights Branch of the Attorney-General's Department.
Thank you.
Philippa Malone, Assistant Director, Race and Religion Section, Attorney-General's Department.
Excellent. Welcome. I'd now invite you to make opening statements and then we'll open up for discussions.
I have a brief opening statement, Chair. Just to note that as a result of the passage of legislation last night, from the 1st of February 2025, I'll be taking on the role of National Student Ombudsman. Sarah Bendell in my office will be the day-to-day operational lead for the National Student Ombudsman function within the Office of the Commonwealth Ombudsman. She's unfortunately unable to attend today, although she was very keen to. She'll be assisted in leading the National Student Ombudsman function by Kate Anderson, who appears with me today. We're working very hard to prepare for this important new function, including by engaging widely with stakeholders, while noting that there's currently a number of unknowns about the number and type of complaints that will actually be raised with us. We'll seek to approach all complaints in a trauma-informed manner. All complaints are important. At the same time, we'll have a discretion as to whether and how we investigate particular complaints. We'll investigate complaints in confidence, but with the power to publish information about the performance of our functions or an investigation where we believe it's in the public interest to do so. In doing that, we wouldn't publish information identifying a complainant without the complainant's consent. We'll also have the power to carry out own motion investigations, so we're not reliant on a complaint to look at a particular issue. We'll have the power to compel universities to provide us with information and to engage with us, and we'll be able to make recommendations as a result of our investigations, but we won't be able to compel universities to act on our recommendations. We'll have some new powers for the National Student Ombudsman function, in particular the ability to use mediation and conciliation where we believe it's appropriate to do so and where a complainant consents. We'll also be able to conduct restorative engagement processes, again where we believe that's appropriate to do so and where the complainant consents. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Any statement from you?
We don't have an opening statement.
No worries. All right, well, let me start with the Ombudsman and the Office of the Ombudsman, and thank you very much for appearing before the committee. I guess, obviously it would be preferential for matters to be raised within universities. Do you have any sense of the confidence in that process right now, or in the potential need of your office and the likely resourcing that you're going to need?
So, Chair, one of the drivers for us being given this new function was concerns about how universities were dealing with complaints about gender-based violence on campuses, and there was a very strong perception that universities were not engaging sufficiently and appropriately with complaints about gender-based violence. And I think when I have regard to the evidence of other witnesses today, for example, and to other inquiries in this place, there's clearly some concerns about how universities deal with complaints about anti-Semitism, for example. The experience, I think, in Australia with ombudsmen, so most states in Australia have had an ombudsman for 50 years, in the Commonwealth it's been 47 years, is that it drives a strong improvement in culture for institutions to know that someone else independently can come and investigate how they've handled complaints. It does lead to institutions taking complaints more seriously. It's not to say universities don't take them seriously, but sometimes institutions can take them approach them from an institution-centred perspective rather than from a complainant-centred perspective. So I think, and I'm optimistic that by having us as a National Student Ombudsman, that will help build the culture where universities not only act promptly on complaints, but can also be held to account for how they do so.
And talk to me about how you help build student confidence. I mean, certainly the original intent of the Student Ombudsman was around ensuring that complaints around sexual assault on campus is taken extremely seriously. But from those learnings, how do you go about ensuring that there is confidence instilled in students coming forward or staff coming forward, or anyone, so mainly students, coming forward in this instance? And then I guess also in the context of anti-Semitism, how you can instill confidence in people coming forward to the Ombudsman?
Well, we're trying to engage as widely as we can at the moment, and we'll be engaging very widely as we keep going on, so that as many different sectors, particularly students and student representative bodies, understand what we can do, what we can't do, and how we'll do things. At the same time, though, it would be realistic to think that people will have confidence depending upon what they see coming out of our investigations. And given that we will be doing our investigations confidentially, often it won't be obvious what we're actually finding or thinking unless we get to the stage where we think that there's been behaviour that's wrong in all the circumstances, discriminatory, unlawful, etc., and that leads to a public report, or where we, in other ways, choose to make something public. So I think people will probably withhold judgment to some extent until they see how do we do things, what's the experience of people, and how does that lead universities to change.
If a student was sitting in front of you and umming and ahhing as to whether or not they would come forward with a complaint, what would be your advice to them?
My advice is that remember that you can come to us. It's completely confidential. It's completely free service. In that sense, you've got nothing to lose. We will aim to at least make sure that you're heard and acknowledged. You may or may not want to continue with the process because students have other things going on, and again, if it's been a particularly traumatic experience that's led them to have their complaint, they may or may not wish to be engaging on any process in relation to that. But you've got nothing to lose coming to us. Again, it's confidential, and at the very least, we might not be able to help you, but we might be able to shine a light on a systemic issue that can help other students.
Going to one of the discussions that we had today was around the definition of anti-Semitism and understanding what is anti-Semitism. There is work going on for coordination of that within the universities, but how are you approaching that to be able to determine what is anti-Semitism and what's not?
So the Special Envoy suggested in previous evidence or previous submission to a Parliamentary Committee that, in her view, we should adopt the IRA working definition, and we're very comfortable with adopting that working definition of anti-Semitism. Now, if Australian universities come up with a slightly different version of that, we would be very willing to consider that as well. And I noted the evidence of Ms Siegel earlier today where she said that there might be some benefits if they come up with a definition that they own, but which nonetheless has all the important elements of the IRA definition.
But as a definition, you support the IRA definition, or you'd be happy to use it as a reference point?
Yes, we will be adopting that as the definition that we apply.
And that gives you enough flexibility to be able to determine whether or not someone is having in the IRA definition a legitimate or a reasonable or I can't remember the exact term. I think it's a legitimate criticism of Israel as you would any other country, versus what would then cross over into anti-Semitism.
Well, I'll go back a step. Of course, what we're looking at is how does the university itself engage with a student's complaint. So we're not looking necessarily at the student's complaint itself. We're looking at how did the university engage. So it's a slightly different lens, but no, I have no concerns about how that working definition itself assists us to approach complaints involving anti-Semitism.
Very much appreciate it. I'm going to ask a couple of questions of the Attorney General's Department, mainly also because you're from the Human Rights Division, so I wouldn't mind your advice or where the Attorney General's Department sees the threshold crossing over between the right to freedom of speech and academic freedom versus the right to be free from vilification or discrimination. How do you advise the committee on clearly delineating that point between the two different components of human rights?
Thank you, Chair, and I acknowledge this has been an issue in the evidence given to the committee today. As a general principle, I'd start out with the acceptance that there's an understanding that rights do intersect and that there is no absolute right. So in this context, rights can be restricted, they can be limited if it's justified. So some of those justifications include around whether the restriction is legitimate, whether it's necessary, whether it's proportionate. So absolutely, I acknowledge that freedom of expression and then the freedom to be, from discrimination, the freedom from racial hatred, there is an intersection there. What I would say in response to that is ultimately it is a matter for governments to draw the appropriate balance between those rights. If it would assist the committee, I can speak to the existing legal frameworks and work through that for you. Mm-hmm. So at the Commonwealth level, there is no express right to freedom of expression in our Constitution. However, the High Court has found that there is an implied freedom to freedom of expression. Sorry, Chair, I just need to correct that. There's an implied freedom of political communication. So that's where the rights exist at the Commonwealth level. There are also restrictions at the Commonwealth level. The first restriction, which I can speak to in detail if it assists, is in the Race Discrimination Act. And then the second area is in the Criminal Code. So together, those intersecting laws provide a framework if someone feels they've been discriminated against on the grounds of race, including anti-Semitism. Their recourse at the Commonwealth level is to go to the Australian Human Rights Commission to have their complaint conciliated, and there's a range of remedies available there. I would also like to, for completeness, draw the committee's attention to the specific context in universities. So my colleagues at the Department of Education and also TEXA will be appearing before the committee on the 12th of December, so of course I defer to them on the detail, but just in brief, the legal framework there is the Department of Education. They administer the Higher Education Support Act, and there are protections for academic freedoms that universities have signed up to in a model code. And with respect to that model code, essentially the model code supports and provides principles.
French code?
Is it the French code? Thank you, Pip. It is the French code. And that code provides examples and illustrates how that balance can be struck. But it's really important for me to advise the committee the code does not relate to unlawful communications, unlawful discrimination or freedom of expression. So that balance is built into that system as well. But I would refer you also to the Department of Education and TEXA of how they work with that. There is more detail in our joint submission that we made to the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee inquiry about 2 months ago.
And just for the purposes of the committee, if someone was to go down a complaint via the Human Rights Commission, what is the timeline for something like that?
Chair, I'll have to take that on notice. We might be able to find out in the course of this hearing. I might just ask my colleague to see if we can check for the latest figures in terms of the timelines for handling those complaints.
That would be very useful, and I guess that would take me back to the Ombudsman around the timelines of what you would see as a permissible timeline to be able to deal with a complaint.
You asked in an earlier question, which I didn't quite answer, Chair, about resourcing. So we don't know how many complaints we're going to receive and how complex those complaints could be. It's a very wide jurisdiction we have. They could be about a student feeling that they should have got an extension of time for something or special consideration, or it could be anti-Semitism, or it could be gender-based violence. So there could be a range of different complexities involved. And there's the ability to receive historic complaints as well as current complaints. So if we get a very large volume of complaints, we're resourced to have some 42.5 staff until the 30th of June, and then going up to 60 staff after that. So it's quite a lot of staff that we're getting, new staff, but it's difficult to know in advance just how complex these complaints are going to be to investigate. So, ideally, we currently have key performance indicators for our work as a Commonwealth Ombudsman, and we try and resolve matters within 10 days, within 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, etc. But the more complex they are, sometimes they might take a long time. And that, you asked before about why should a student come to us, in a sense? What would a student think? Students should expect that some matters might take longer if they're more complex, but we're also aware that when you're a student, time is very important. And so it's not much good if you get an answer that's a year or 18 months late when you're in the middle of a course.
No, indeed. I mean, if something happens in a tutorial or a class, I mean, you want to be able to finish that class. And I remember some terms can only be 9, 10, 12 weeks, depending on the course. I think if there is, it would certainly be useful, as a sort of long-term prospect to monitor that in terms of how long these things are, how the sort of complexity. I'm sure we'll have conversations in the future about that. And if there is, perhaps if we don't get it in terms of the inquiry within this hearing, then if you can answer that on notice, the average time frame for a Human Rights Commission complaint to be dealt with, that would be very useful.
Yeah, we'll take that on notice and we'll consult our colleagues at the Human Rights Commission. They're the ones who have that data.
Yeah. Okay. I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just building off that timing, I'm wondering, what's the time frame ahead of us for the National Student Ombudsman? When would you be able to be set up in a capacity where you'll be able to be receiving complaints or having people seek advice from you?
So under the legislation, 1st of February is when we can receive complaints, and we will be receiving complaints. We'll be ready to receive complaints from that date. We are onboarding staff between now and the end of the year. We'll be training staff, so we will be ready to receive those complaints.
Where will you be based?
We're a national organisation. We have offices around the country. Now, universities are all over the country, and we're not in all the places that universities are, but we'll also be doing a mixture of travel to have physical, face-to-face complaint handling. But we also have online complaint form, and we'll have telephone complaints as well. So currently, as a Commonwealth Ombudsman, we receive about half of our complaints through web forms and about half through telephones.
Yes. I would imagine that'd be a more popular way to do it too for students as well.
Yeah.
In terms of international best practice, is this unique? Is there anywhere other jurisdictions attempted to tackle either the, obviously the gender-based violence stuff, which has been in the spotlight for quite a while, but also anti-Semitism, which has more so been brought back into the international spotlight since October 7 last year. But is this international best practice? Is there any other jurisdictions that are doing things quite well? Any advice on that front?
Well, I can say, Deputy Chair, that within Australia, currently students can complain to State and Territory Ombudsman. Mm-hmm. And this is an opportunity that some students avail themselves of and the vast majority don't. Yeah. But we've had regard to, for example, experience in Victoria, where the Victorian Ombudsman receives, I believe, the highest number of student complaints each year, and we've been looking at how they've been doing that and what the strengths are of their approach. Mm-hmm. Internationally, I'm not sure, I'll defer to my colleague.
No, I'm not actually aware of where this model would sit as an international comparison, but as Mr Anderson has suggested, I think within Australia this is a particularly unique opportunity, particularly where there are multiple avenues, as he has already suggested, that currently do exist for students, but it's a unique opportunity to draw some of those avenues together to provide an opportunity for students to come through a more centralised pathway.
I realise it's early days, but is there, have you got a strategy in place as to how you're going to educate students about this avenue?
Absolutely. We've got a specific education and outreach function that we have established, and that has already got a number of staff members on board. And we have got quite a targeted stakeholder engagement strategy that we have commenced, and we will continue to. We have met with a number of student representative bodies already, and we will continue to do so, and that will be supplemented at a number of levels all the way down to seeking to establish quite a presence through O-Weeks, for example. We've also done some targeted market research as to help us identify how students would like to engage with us as a service, noting that generationally and through a number of different characteristics, the student cohort may have some quite specific needs for how we engage with them, and we're really seeking to operationalise that from our foundations.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Tink, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. Thank you for being here today. Just so it's clear in my head, why would a student go to a State and Territory Ombudsman versus the Commonwealth Ombudsman? How will they know which pathway is the right one to take?
So, excellent question. we'll be able to refer things back to a state or territory ombudsman, or indeed to another type of body, like an anti-discrimination body, if that was, in our view, more appropriate, and we would consult with a complainant on that. But currently, students aren't necessarily making the choices that they already have as to which body they'll go to. So the intention is that by creating the National Student Ombudsman, it'll shine a brighter light on the question of where can you go if you're a student who's concerned about how your institution has dealt with your complaint. Currently, I think it's hard for students to know you can go to a state or territory ombudsman. So if we say there is a National Student Ombudsman, you can come to us. Hopefully that will just bring more complaints forward from students.
And so, sorry, where was I going to go with that? So, but to be clear, you won't be looking at the basis of the complaint, you'll be looking at the process of how the university's handled the complaint. Is that how it will work?
It's not merits review as such. We're not trying to second guess the decision. But we do actually still have to have regard to has the student's concern been properly addressed? Because one of the things I'll be looking at, and the power to make a recommendation is conditioned by, do I think that the student's been treated unjustly, improperly, discriminatorily, unlawfully, or in a way that's otherwise wrong in all the circumstances. So while we're not doing merits review, we're still concerned with has the university properly engaged with the underlying concern of the student and not just the process by which they've done it.
So given its early days, as the Deputy Chair said, have you had an opportunity to consider whether there's further legislative support you're going to need to be able to be really successful in this role, in this new national role?
So the way in which the legislation has been set out, it really mirrors the existing Ombudsman Act and existing powers that I have as Commonwealth Ombudsman. So they've been used over 47 years in a range of different contexts. Importantly, I have the standing powers of a Royal Commission effectively, in that I can require institutions to come to me, provide me with information, give evidence. They have to engage with me. And the flip side of that, though, is I'm not a court, so I can't impose penalties on them. I can only make recommendations. But the experience as a Commonwealth Ombudsman is that publicly making recommendations does shine a light on an institution, and they have to justify why then they're not going to accept that recommendation, or alternatively, they have to demonstrate that they are implementing that recommendation if they agree to it. So it's quite a powerful thing in itself, even though we can't impose a penalty.
And so what dictates whether your recommendations are public or private? What's the rules around that?
So the Act sets out a process where if I'm satisfied it's got over that threshold, I then can make a report with recommendations to the institution, and then if I feel that they're not acting on that within a sufficient period of time, I can send that to the Education Minister, and that has to be tabled in Parliament. So it can become public in that way. At the same time, I've got a standalone power to publish information about the performance of our functions or about an investigation if I think it's in the public interest to do so. So that gives me quite a lot of latitude to publish things in a non-identified way. If it's about a systemic issue or if it's about an institution, I can do that as well. So there's those two different paths.
And can you remind me, is there anywhere within the Act that actually the activities that you'll undertake as Student Ombudsman, will they actually be reported on in Parliament on a regular basis?
Yes, I'm required to do an annual report specifically as the National Student Ombudsman.
Okay, and that's to the Minister for Education?
It's to the Parliament. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just to the AG's team then, a similar question in terms of looking at this space and knowing we're moving in this direction. Have you identified any other legislative changes that we may need to pursue to be able to be as successful as possible in this space?
Thank you. At this stage, we are looking at the way the Human Rights Commission's complaint mechanism works, how that's available to students if they want to take a complaint there around race discrimination. Then there's obviously an intersection with the existing complaints bodies in states and territories. So you previously asked what options a student has in front of them. So students can also take complaints to state and territory bodies about their treatment at university or in the broader community around racial discrimination or other forms of discrimination. So at this stage, we're not looking at legislative reform. Of course, it would be a matter for government, but there are a range of complaints mechanisms available to students depending on how they've been aggrieved, if they feel they've been discriminated against, or whether there's another more grave experience that they've had of racism or anti-Semitism.
There's been a little bit of testimony today actually that's been quite critical of the Australian human rights definition of racism, and it would appear there's a fear generally across the community that in fact anti-Semitism is not recognised as a form of racism. Is that something that the Attorney General's Office would be looking to take up with the Australian Human Rights Commission, or how would a concern like that be addressed with the AHRC?
Thank you. So I'll just start with the fact that the Australian government has embraced the IHRA working definition, so as a starting point to let the committee know about that. In terms of the Australian Human Rights Commission and also the legislation, there is no definition of racism in the Race Discrimination Act, which is the relevant legislative framework. And in terms of how the Australian Human Rights Commission looks at complaints, actually there have been several recent complaints about anti-Semitism made to the Commission and then been resolved through that conciliation process. So in terms of engaging with the Commission on how they work in their complaints process, we are looking broadly at the application of the Race Discrimination Act and how they work through complaints. But because the Act doesn't have a definition in itself, the issue is almost, when it comes to race discrimination at the Commonwealth level, it doesn't engage with that definition. It's more about whether a person feels that they've been discriminated against on the basis of their race, their colour, their descent, their ethnic or national origin, and then if they feel that way, they can take a complaint to the Human Rights Commission. It doesn't engage into a definition of racism or anti-Semitism.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Ms Tink. I don't really have any more questions. I think we had a long list here of the ones we wanted to get through, and you pretty much answered them all in your opening remarks, as well as your subsequent answers to other ones. So we might have a little early mark if that's all right, but can we wish you very good luck in starting the new role, and we hope it all goes well. And I'll just say, thank you for appearing before the committee and for giving us your time today. The committee requests and answers to questions taken on notice are provided to the committee secretariat by close of business on the 13th of December. So if you could get that data from the AHRC before then. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all the witnesses who've appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. The committee now stands adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.